People out here, it's like they don't even know the outside world exists. Might as well be living on the fucking moon. All kinds of ghettos in the world. It's all one ghetto, man. Giant gutter in outer space. Christian, yeah? No. How's that? I contemplate the moment in the garden. The idea of allowing your own crucifixion. But you're not a Christian, so what do you believe? Do me a courtesy, okay? I'm not trying to convert you. Look, I'd consider myself a realist, all right? But in philosophical terms, I'm what's called a pessimist. Okay, what's that mean? It means I'm bad at parties. Let me tell you, you ain't great outside of parties either. I think human consciousness was a tragic misstep in evolution. We became too self-aware. Nature created an aspect of nature separate from itself. We are creatures that should not exist by natural law. That sounds god-fucking awful, Russ. We are things that labor under the illusion of having a self, this accretion of sensory experience and feeling. Programmed with total assurance that we are each somebody, when in fact everybody's nobody. People around here don't think that way. I don't think that way. I think the honorable thing for our species to do is deny our programming. Stop.
KTV 44, San Francisco.
From the terrifying universe of the inner mind to the outer reaches of the imagination, we're waiting, poised at the edge of our seats. Time stops as we approach the unknown. Just when we think we're safe, the moment happens, and we...
Saturday night, time for Gas Theater. Join me, Tom Labrie, for the best in late night fright.
Horror, suspense, mystery, science fiction, the supernatural. And now, sit back, relax if you can. You are about to enter the world of...
NPC the game.
Yo, it already started. Promo was the first official YouTube super chat. Yes. Thank you. Wow, man. Very fitting. Yo, you had me worried, bro. You had me worried for a second. I was like, after that mini crash out my TBE yesterday on your broadcast when he was saying some wild shit, I was like, does Provo have my back? Yes, I guess he does, man. When he does talk. Yo, what up, everybody? Thanks, Provo. Appreciate you, fam. I didn't know, man, but yeah, I do. Yeah, you're a winner, bro.
Bam! Just like that. That's all there is to it, Dustin. That's all there is to it. A winner. Just like that. We'll be right back. More Price is Right. Don't go away.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Oh, Philip with a $5 super chat. Philip, thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Thanks. Yeah, it's cool, man. The super chats. Oh yeah, I gotta get more of these sound effects and stuff like this. Well, I have them. It's for Phil. Wow. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's fun. Fun stuff. It's fun stuff. Yeah, so Copium, right? Copium. NPC the game. Coming at you live from District 13, the real Shaolin, in the back room, streaming during this mini typhoon. We're in the middle of the storm, right? The eye of the storm, so it's kind of calm with all the chaos going around. Today's broadcast is Copium. Are all my conversations coping mechanisms to endure a miserable life suffering? Heavy. Heidegger. Yeah. We shall see. Shout out to Ozzy. You're welcome. Thanks for being a mod. Good to see you, all my mods. Yeah, I want to thank all the mods, for all this this coolness. It is. I know people be like, I don't want to stick it to the man, give YouTube the 30%, which I don't. Buy me a coffee is even better to keep it 100. Buy me a coffee is only takes like 5% or something like that. So you're always welcome to donate there too. Appreciate it. But but it's a big deal. YouTube. That's cool. I mean, I'm using this platform as my favorite app. I use it all the time. Might as well get paid. Our awareness is priceless, right? So no matter what anybody pays you for giving your awareness, it ain't worth it, but a little bit of money is cool. Yeah. Shout out to Leopard Print. I want to thank the mods. Absolutely. Shadow Buddha in the building, bitch. My brother, who actually is a great. I know we talked about friendship, right? Last Sunday for me, last Saturday night for y'all in the wilderness of North America. Friendship is big, man. And what makes a good friend that they listen to you and they talk to you and they help you sometimes before you crash out or before you do something that you might regret later. And I really appreciate Shadow Buddha for all the work he puts in and being a good friend. Love you, man. I want to thank Ozzy Mendez, and Sherelle Snow, who gives me a lot of good advice, in the back ends. For real, appreciate you. I love you. And Provo, man, respect him a lot, man. Much love to Provo. Always getting me motivated. It's like a friendly competition, even. I know people say it's not competition. Nigga, I grew up playing sports, dunking on people, checking people as a linebacker, hitting the home runs, stealing bases. I get after it, man. I like to compete, right? But you notice I said those are all team sports because you can be on a team and still compete, with your teammates and whatnot, to want to like do better and better. Yeah. So that's what we're doing here, man. It's all about. Oh, shout out to Sherelle Snow. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Drop that. $10. Wow, that's very generous. I'm a big dog, call me mama dude. I'ma take my time as I grind. It ain't hard to do. My V-Bucks. Yeah, thanks for the V-Bucks. Am I there somewhere? Can you hear me? Put a 7 in the chat. You can hear me. Yeah. What's up, Arctic? Appreciate you. Yeah, so thanks to all the mods. Thank you, Sherelle. That's very kind of you. Very generous. Thank you for the support. Leopard Print, my wonderful mod, my soul sister from Venus. Even though we were separated, I'm in Mars now. Appreciate you. All your good hindsight you give me on things. Yeah. All you people are great. Yeah. You can hear me? 7-3, all that. Fucking crazy ass motherfuckers. Yeah. So why can't you see me? I must button mashing right now. Oh, there I am on the corner right there. I see. Yeah, so yeah, I appreciate y'all. Let's get on this. We got work to do. So shout out to everyone in the chat, all the ninja washers, everyone in the background. The unseen will be seen in this occult new age of Christ. Yeah, so today, we're going to talk about coping. We're going to talk about 4 modes of coping. Break it down for you, man, and one man. We got that cope of not caring. I don't care. People say that a lot. I don't care when they really do care, right? You got that cope of being self-righteous, which I've been guilty of for sure. Which usually stems from an inferiority complex. We got that cope with racism, under the bigotry act. That's a cope. Which is interesting because a lot of people who cope with that bigotry, they use the cool things about that group they're trying to subjugate. Like, for example, like people that talk shit about melanated people, black people, as you would say, use N-words and all that, yet they listen to hip-hop music and get their whole wannabe swag from blacks, the people they're calling N-words and whatnot, yeah. It's like they're doing an impersonation, a bad impersonation of a black guy doing an impersonation of a black guy. Like if you ever like Keenan Pell, something like that. But anyway, so that's, and then there's the cope of them all. The cope of making fun and hating and being negative on somebody when in fact you want to be them, especially if they have more success than you. That's a big cope. The COPIUM number 4. You know what I'm saying? So we saw this one interesting little brain rot video that kind of summed it up about what is copium.
Copium. Copium is a slang term that combines cope with opium. It is used humorously to describe how someone might deal with disappointment or failure. The idea is that copium is a fictional substance people use to comfort themselves when things don't go their way, similar to how opium might dull physical pain. The term is often used in online community, particularly in gaming and social media, to mock individual or groups perceived to be in denial about an unfavorable situation. For example, if a sporting team loses a crucial match, fans of the opposing team might say the losing fans are huffing copium to cope with their defeat. Overall, copium highlights the human tendency to find ways to mentally or emotionally mitigate unpleasant realities. Example sentence: after losing 5 games in a row, the fans were on a steady diet of copium, convincing themselves that next season would be their year.
So copium's a fun little meme people use a lot. Say that a lot. Copium, like a drug of like opium, which puts you out, which makes you forget about your problems. For those of us who tried it before, makes you like zone out, and not think about. It's the way to cope with all the harsh realities of a lot of times. Remember back in the day, you see those images of those Chinamen in the opium dens in America, in San Francisco, or even in China, all laid out because they're miserable, unhealthy, no job, family don't like them, so they're copium. They're using the opium to cope with that type of stuff. So yeah, what's going on? Markella, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you, Markella, for your support and all your great insights you give me over there in the discords and whatnot. I appreciate you and our beautiful, vibrant golden girls, Lady Luck and the lovely Lady Luck and Wheels, man, and Ozzy Mendez. No, Ozzy Mendez for sure, but Gracie Gray and Wiccan. Appreciate y'all. And DJ Clue. Salute. Appreciate you, bro. What is this? You say I stay on the Cope slopes? You be skiing on the Cope slopes? That's wild. Yeah. What does cope mean? What does to cope mean? To cope. I type in at school and I'd be like doing the vocabulary words. I'd be like, what does cope mean in Chinese? Because it's different. To cope.
Cope.
To cope. To cope. The verb. To deal effectively with something difficult. To deal effectively with something difficult. The big cope. Hey, Sam. How you doing? Good to see you. Peace Dynamo in the building. Nice avatar. Fucking clean as fuck. What's up, Sam Matha? Good to see you, my friend. Just talking about coping, you know? Different ways we cope. Shout out to the Machine Lives wherever you're at. Because, I'm thinking about Heidegger and what he had to say about coping.
Martin Heidegger is without doubt the most incomprehensible German philosopher that ever lived. Nothing quite rivals the prose in his masterpiece Being and Time, which is filled with complex compound German words like Seinsvergessenheit, Bodenständigkeit, and Wesensverfassung. Yet beneath the jargon, Heidegger tells us some simple, even at times homespun truths about the meaning of our lives, the sicknesses of our time, and the routes to freedom. We should bother with him. He was born and in many ways remained a rural provincial German who loved picking mushrooms, walking in the countryside, and going to bed early. He hated television, aeroplanes, pop music, and processed food. At one time, he'd been a supporter of Hitler, but saw the error of his ways. Much of his life, he spent in a hut in the woods.
So he wants to stay in a hut in the woods, kind of like Coach K, I call him. Teddy K, huh? You want to get away. So the great Schopenhauer, he chose that life of being an eccentric hermit type person, right? If you're not going to do that, one of the ways he said, if you're not going to be a hermit, the best way is when you do go out and meet people, at least be kind, and which can be hard. That's probably why Schopenhauer loved that. I think that seemed like he loved animals more than humans, so he definitely was kind to the animals.
Away from modern civilization. He diagnosed modern humanity as suffering from a number of diseases of the soul. Firstly, we have forgotten to notice we're alive. We know it in theory, of course, but we aren't day to day properly in touch with the sheer mystery of existence, the mystery of what Heidegger called das Sein, or in English, being. It's only at a few odd moments, perhaps late at night, or when we're ill and have been alone all day, or are on a walk through the countryside, that we come up against the uncanny strangeness of everything. Why things exist as they do, why we're here rather than there, why the world is like it is. What we're running away from is a confrontation with the opposite of being, what Heidegger called das Nichts, the nothing. The second...
Was it das Nichts, the nothing? We were there yesterday. I was in between classes. I had a pretty good class teaching my American 3 class, which is mostly students in high school or junior high that has like a pretty good base of English, American style English. And we talk about all kinds of crazy shit. Pakistan, India, coping, actually. And I remember that, so we had that class. We actually were reading the book, The Uglies, about like kind of like body images and how people see themselves. That dystopian Netflix special. It was a book before. Anyway, so we did that class. In between, I had an hour before my upper class senior high school class writing too. And I had a moment where I was in the nothingness. I was like, I'm not correcting papers. I'm not thinking about preparing for the stream tomorrow. And I was just sitting there. Like now. Like now. Let's see how we did that right there. The nothingness. Yo, what's up, man? Snapback bad. I love you too, bro. Oh, look at that avatar. My brother from another Dimitri show, the Waking Wizard. Saint Justinian. Man, couldn't have done this shit without you too, bro. You're the best, man. Okay, back to okay. I appreciate you. I'm about to drop the link on my brother. Me and Justin been through it. COPIUM like a motherfucker. Yeah, I think I got my. Oh yeah, I'm saying the memberships aren't up yet, but Justin designed some of the membership stickers that we have, like our chapter 1 sticker with the pyramid. This particular one, this is all Justinian. This is Justin. Actually, I had something to do with it too. I made it a little bit. I did a little some on that. It was a joint project, mostly Justin though. I'll give him that. Yeah, so shout out to my brother Justin in the Netherlands, in the coalition of the willing. All right. So yeah, so the nothingness that Schopenhauer was talking about, it's the real deal, man. It's the real deal. You know, Philip. Philip knows what's up.
Problem is we've forgotten that all being is connected. Most of the time, our jobs and daily routines make us egoistic and focused. We treat others and nature as means and not as ends. But occasionally, and again, walks in the country are particularly conducive to this realization. We may step outside our narrow orbit and take a more expansive view. We may sense what Heidegger termed the unity of being. Noticing, for example, that we and that ladybird on the bark and that rock and that cloud over there are all in existence right now.
Unity of being. That's true, bro. That can really cause you to not crash out on somebody. That simple fact of not the unity of being, man. It's all connected. We're all sharing this existence. You don't even have to go the hippy dippy mode of like we're all one, experiencing this one consciousness. You could just say like I'm in the same room as this plant of this blue ivy, of this morning glory flowers, of these oyster mushrooms. I'm in the same room of, the clouds are the same. We're in the same spot. That's the unity of being. Usually people who are like blasted off their mind on weed or psychedelics can feel that a lot. And sometimes it's too much. That's when you get into paranoid awareness.
And are fundamentally united by the basic fact of our common being. Heidegger values these moments immensely and wants us to use them as the springboard to a deeper form of generosity, an overcoming of...
Yeah, donate. There you go. I appreciate the donations so far. Yeah. One love. Yeah. There's always buy me a coffee too. Appreciate you. We're monetized on YouTube. Cool.
Alienation and egoism, and a more profound appreciation of the brief time that remains to us before das Nichts claims us in turn.
The nothing.
The third problem is we forget to be free and to live for ourselves. Much about us isn't, of course, very free. We are, in Heidegger's unusual formulation, thrown into the world at the start of our lives, thrown into a particular and narrow social milieu.
Yeah, you have no idea what's going on when you're born. You're literally, are thrown into this reality, this squish matrix we call the world, with all the concepts and laws, natural and man-made, that we have to integrate with. You can see this a lot if you ever have a pet, a cat. Shout out to the cats. We're having a cat stream, why we love our cats and the metaphysics of cats, in about 20 days. So yeah, I don't have a cat anymore. I had one when I was growing up, but they're special. So like when a cat comes into your house especially if it's off the street, it has to learn how to live in your house, right? How to use the litter box, how to not scratch the furniture. Same thing with a dog. They got to learn not to poop in the in the kitchen. They got to let you know when they have to go. Well, you have to train them. Well, what I'm saying is, they're coming into our world as human beings, and same as a baby. This baby, this creature from the other side, this bundle of consciousness energy, has to learn how to be a human, right? It's a lot to take in. Look at those big eyes this kid has.
Surrounded by rigid attitudes, archaic prejudices, and practical necessities not of our own making. The philosopher wants to help us to overcome this thrownness, Geworfenheit, as he put it in German, by understanding
Love those big words.
We need to grasp our psychological, social, and professional provincialism and then rise above it to a more universal perspective. In so doing, we'll make the classic Heideggerian journey away from Uneigentlichkeit to Eigentlichkeit, from inauthenticity to authenticity. We will, in essence, start to live for ourselves. And yet, most of the time, for Heidegger, we fail dismally at this task. We merely surrender to a socialized, superficial mode of being he called they-self, as opposed to ourselves.
The big one. What's up, Miss Lindsay Smith, my wonderful mod? Yeah, thank you, Markella. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're monetized on the YouTube. Cool. Very cool.
We follow the chatter, das Gerede in German, which we hear about in the newspapers, on TV, and in the last...
What are you, Austrian? German's great because they have these big compound words, which means that you have words to describe situations that normally you wouldn't have words for, right? And when you have words for something, you can kind of understand it better in our human world. Like, for example, there is a German word that's a compound word, and it has to do with a situation when one person's crashing out and they're all fucked up, right? Everyone knows it. And this person that's fucking up, making a fool of themselves, is going to regret it. They don't see it, maybe, most likely. Or if they do, they don't care. But let's say they don't see it. It is so embarrassing for everyone in the room to know this person is shameful and making a horrible spectacle of themselves. But no one says anything. There's a German word for the angst of that tension. For all you Germans out there, almost Germans, maybe you can share it with us.
And yet, most of the time, for Heidegger, we fail dismally at this task. We merely surrender to a socialized, superficial mode of being he called they-self, as opposed to ourselves. We follow the chatter, das Gerede in German, which we hear about in the newspapers, on TV, and in the large cities that Heidegger hated to spend time in. What will help us to pull away from the they-self is an appropriately intense focus on our own upcoming death. It's
they-self. I want to get that. Can someone describe that? I know we have very intelligent beings, humans in the chat. Can you help me walk me through that? I want to help walk you through this they-self confidence. What it means. Let me back it up a little bit.
To Eigentlichkeit, from inauthenticity to authenticity. We will, in essence, start to live for ourselves. And yet, most of the time, for Heidegger, we fail dismally at this task. We merely surrender to a socialized, superficial mode of being he called they-self, as opposed to ourselves.
I mean, I see. You're not being, I guess, your true authentic self in order to humble yourself to the group.
We follow the chatter, das Gerede in German, which we hear about in the newspapers, on TV, and in the large cities that Heidegger hated to...
Okay, we're going to keep going back to this thing. Yeah, this train thing. First, cleared up. Arctic Wolf said, no, I'm Imperial German from the Rhineland. and the emperors of the First Reich are my great grandfathers. I remember you said that. That's a proud heritage, my friend. Noble heritage. What did you say? How does that happen to the train? Yeah. Okay, let's see what he's talking about. Well, he says they fail. That's what he's saying. And being that authentic, my words, being the authentic self. A lot of people fail at that. So that's a real crash shot right there. I don't know how the hell that happened. It must have been on some stilts or something.
Socialize will, in essence, start to live for ourselves. And yet, most of the time, for Heidegger, we fail dismally at this task. We merely surrender to a socialized, superficial mode of being he called they-self, as opposed to ourselves. We follow the chatter, das Gerede in German, which we hear about in the newspapers, on TV, and in the large cities that Heidegger hated to spend time in. What will help us to pull away from the they-self is an appropriately intense focus on our own upcoming death. It's only when we realize that other people cannot save us from...
Shut out, Lionel. So focus on your death. Is that little Uzi Vert? I think that's him. Yeah. Focus on your death, existential crisis. This is what this weekend is pulling us towards. Tomorrow over here will be the 12th of May, which will be a Scorpio full moon. And whenever that moon is in Scorpio, it's a full moon. You can bet you're a bottom dollar that you're going to have some existential crisis come to the forefront, out of the shadows and into the moonlight for everyone to see, for you to see. Especially if you haven't been dealing with some of these things that are life and death for you, right? Especially if you're drinking, for example, or popping pills, or just masking the fact that you have to deal with the fact that not only you're going to die, but your behavior that you're displaying is making that process of your death even faster because of poor choices you're making. This is the Scorpio new moon that will be at the apex tomorrow and Tuesday. That's already pulling on you right now. You wonder why you're feeling this way right now. Well, that could be a reason.
Das Nichts, that we're likely to stop living for them, to stop worrying so much about what others think, and to...
Oh, yeah. I forgot to say that. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, for sure. Happy Mother's Day one more time to all the moms out there. And what better way to contemplate your own death is to think about your mom, because she brought you in here, and as soon as you hit the ground, metaphorically, unless your breech hit the ground when you were born, the clock was ticking to that death, right? Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. Love you, Mom. Rebecca. Miss NPC. Blessings. RT in the chat. Kind of like the two best days in one's life are the days they brought the boat and the day they sold the boat. Woo! That is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the day you bought the boat means you're in this maritime, watery 3D reality, right? You need currency to survive on the currents of life, right? Yeah, your mom brought you in here. She's the vehicle through your dad's intelligence, his sperm, but she was the vehicle that brought you here. And then when you leave, you sold the boat, right? Same goes with owning a pet, like a cat or a dog. You love them when you get them, and relief when they're gone. Yeah, you love them when you get them. You definitely love them when you get them. Yeah. Here's my first. Fin, the black one. She lived to be 13, and Winston lived to be 12. Winston went first a couple years ago, then Fin went next. Formosan Mountain Dogs. My ninja. Yeah. So very sick. Fin had a what does she have? Her spleen had a tumor on it, a huge tumor that she dealt with. We took it out. Most of the time they don't live more than a couple months. She lived another year and a half. Right? Soldier. The best dog. The best dog. The best dog. I was relieved when she was gone because she even had the courtesy to pass on and sold her boat when we were away on vacation. She was at the borders because I think it would have broken Mrs. NPC in half if that would have happened. She would have saw that. And then Winston, Finfin, the best dog, and then Winston. Finfin or Violet, that's her name. And then Winston, this guy right here. I met him when he was 4 years old, and Miss NBC raised him. Was a wild child. I had to break him down. And he broke me down. But he's a gangster, bro. As we say in Taiwan, he's a gatao. Taiwanese gangster. CK model. Love Winston. My favorite dog. But he has some really bad neurological problems before he died, and it was a blessing when he passed in his mother's arms in our front room. Ben was there too. He was only 3 or 4 years old. But anyway, yeah, it is a great relief when they pass on. But we miss those animals. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to my good friend Pixel T Yolanda. Much love. Positive, great, higher consciousness content. And speaking of that, shout out to Ashima Alexander, our Oracle. $9.99 on the chat. Much love, Ashima. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. I don't know. I said, what I'm going to play. Shima, this is for you, Shima.
Fluid thoughts from my brain, and I trained to remain strong. They said I couldn't do it, locked me in chains till my struggle's closer to the pain of a train killer. Please believe that I'll never be shamed again. Again, I'll be the next heavyweight champion.
Could I be the next heavyweight champion? Appreciate you, Shima. Very kind, very generous. A person actually that when I met her, it was like 3 or 4 months ago. Seems like now. Literally, her talking. We use astrology to connect. Her knowledge of Vedic astrology and other modes of divination, like literally put me on or maybe it was in the same fucking path I was going already, but she solidified it, put me onto the next level of just not only this cool YouTube success, but also just leveling up in life. Great, valued team member, or just person in general, Shima Alexander. And we're going to do a stream. Yeah, I'm excited on May 18th. So check it out on some of these transits coming up. Heck yeah, for sure. For sure. All the friends are coming in right now. Oh no, you're against astrology. You're totally against astrology. No, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, hopefully it's not against you. Yeah, we can talk about that during that. Yeah. My thing is, like, astrology is great. It's not the end all be all, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't help me in communicating with people. But yeah, it's great. You're really cool, so I'm glad I'm on to you're too kind. Yeah, yeah. Much love to you, Ashima. Appreciate you. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to Lady Luck. Yeah, much love, sis. Yeah, Mark Keller, everybody in the building. All the mothers in the house. Dear Mama. Samantha, hooking up with Talcott. Oh, yeah, we're hooking up with Talcott. Oh, my gosh. tomorrow, Tuesday morning for me. Monday, May 12th, 9 p.m. Eastern, in the wilderness of North America. Brother Jack Talcott and Gabriel Carbo, NPC The Game, will be doing a broadcast. Living in the New Jack City. Oh, I'm not even playing it. I thought I was showing it. Fuck. I ruined my singing. So living in the New Jack. Here we go. City. Oh, yeah. So that's our broadcast. Will be on Monday night for y'all. 9 p.m. Eastern. You know, Jack Talcott. Conversation with one of my favorite people. Jack. You know, because on this... Jack is a full moon, is a Scorpio rising, even though he's a Leo. And your rising sign in it's kind of like your style of doing your sun sign. So even though he's a Leo, his essence at the core is a Leo, self-expression, you know, all that, wanting to express himself, but it's done with the Scorpio style, his rising sign. My whole core is Scorpio sun sign. So that night's going to be an epic night because, you know, that full moon is epic. And you're already feeling it right now. People are already releasing what no longer serves them. That's like the unofficial theme of that mode of the Scorpio full moon. You're going to release emotional baggage, expired grudges, exes, and friendships that aren't even serving you. They're not serving your level up. You know, it's almost like you're doing a Maria Cody cleanup of the soul. You know, the organizer, right? So hopefully the joy that night and this weekend sparks in you, it can lead to some existential cries that leads you to breakthroughs, to higher levels of consciousness, or just some inner peace, you know? Because in the end, that's all we want. That's all I want. So that's going to be full moon. Jack Talcott, NPC The Game. Monday night. Be there or be square. Okay? Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. Too generous, man. Woman. Lady Luck. Damn. $50. Man. Fuck. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. I'm going to play this song just for you. Shout out to Lady Luck. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, I don't want to get copyright. No, I'll play this song. Thank you, Lady Luck. Very kind of you. Mm-hmm. My favorite song for you, Lady Luck. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, whoa, wow, Lady Luck. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Very kind. That's more your song. Yeah, it is like Lady Luck. The Sergeant at Arms. I'm telling you, man. Chris Kyle got nothing on these YouTube streets like Lady Luck. Sniper. Whoa. Yeah. Let's see this right here. What is this? RT. My wife is a great mother, the kind of mother who is supportive. That's what you want, supportive, right? The first teachers, the first nurses are your mother. Understanding, right? First psychologist is your mother, and a good listener. Yeah, man, that's the mom, man. But can also be tactfully stern and intentionally direct when necessary. Facts. Why is it that the majority of the women, I think in our community and NBC the Game Live, that they definitely have that energy. I can name almost every woman in the chat here: Ashima, Chanel, Markella, Lady Luck, probably Samantha. You get to know her more. Yeah, Dimitri. Oh no, he's not a woman. Ozzy, like all these leopard print for sure. Tactfully stern and intensely direct when necessary. Holy shit. Some of these back chats we have with all these, and it's funny because now I'm like opening up. I'm like excited. The like coming from this quote unquote red pill, black pill dude, like men and women can't be friends. But I gotta tell you that in the last year, 6 months especially, some of the stuff that you women have been blessing me with and hitting my blind spots. Oh man. Fuck yeah. She's definitely my friends. Definitely my friends. I appreciate y'all. For sure. For sure. Oh, what's up, pimp? What up, Joe? We got monetized, brother. Brother. What's up, man? Yeah. So shout out to Lady Luck and everybody being so kind. Appreciate you. Let's get back on this video and then we'll drop the link in a second. I didn't even go over we'll get there. That's a Heidegger. Back it up a bit. Back it up, Jamie.
They self is an appropriately intense focus on our own upcoming death. It's only when we realize that other people cannot save us from
Thank you, Brother Joe.
that we're likely to stop living for them, to stop worrying so much about what others think, and to cease giving up the lion's share of our lives and energies to impress people who never really liked us in the first place.
Wow.
When, in a lecture in
everything's panel verse. This is the community for sure.
From Das Nichts, that we're likely to stop living for them, to stop worrying so much about what others think, and to cease giving up the lion's share of our lives and energies to impress people who never really liked us in the first place.
Yeah, man. That's been a big pin of sovereignty to realize like a lot of these people don't even really care about what you have to say anyway, or you as a person trying to be friends with you. So don't put so much stock in it, right? Even if they did, you still have to be true to yourself. Don't be like so self-centered that you don't even engage with other people, but don't put so much weight in other people, what they think. That's what Joe Cool was trying to tell me a couple of weeks ago. He's like, you're thinking too much into it. You're thinking too much into it, Pip. And I'm like, yeah, but he's right.
When, in a lecture in 1961, Heidegger was asked how we should better lead our lives,
Radio Rahim.
tersely that we should simply aim to spend more time in graveyards. It would be lying to say that Heidegger's meaning and moral is ever very clear. Nevertheless, what he tells us is intermittently fascinating, wise, and surprisingly useful. Despite the extraordinary words and language, in a sense we know a lot of it already. We merely need reminding and emboldening to take it seriously, which the odd prose style may help us to do. We know in our hearts that it's time to overcome our Geworfenheit, that we should become more conscious of das Nichts day to day, and that we owe it to ourselves to escape the clutches of das Gerede for the sake of Eigentlichkeit, with a little help from that graveyard.
Yes. So, I mean, this is what we're doing. The COPIUM is strong. Heidegger really let you know what was going on. Let me reset this. We got too many so we got too many things up open. Trying to figure out what was going on. Okay, let me get rid of something real quick and then with this up. Shout out to the moms out there. Think about the best memory of your mom. I remember Joe Cool set it off last week when he was talking about his wonderful mom. That was cool. Like, even though we have our moms have different styles of showing their love or whatnot, but the way he described her sounded like someone that definitely had his back, right? And what could you ask for? That's what you want.
When I was
right?
pregnant,
Have you been Joe Cool?
That was so perfect.
When I was pregnant in jail, I thought I was gonna have a baby.
You're not gonna get me. You're not gonna get me.
I got the great legend. What's up, Hip Man? That was dude. That song. I remember in 1993. I think 93, 94 it came out. I was a sophomore in high school. I bought that tape for my mom. It's some flowers. It's some flowers. Yeah.
It's so timely. It's moving me. It's down there Mother's Day. Man, I was just talking to my girl about my mom and all of that shit. Just got off the phone with them. Told her I've been editing all day. Told her, I ain't checked out no news. I usually try to do the news just to keep abreast. Yeah. Check out, see who been on here. I ain't seen nobody. You was the first nigga I saw. I still don't know who's been live. I saw you.
That's a good sign. We catch you because, bro, like you, dude, you definitely a linchpin, a hub on this shit because this is a community, bro. Like I started off like a couple months ago, like fuck the paddleverse, fuck this shit. But it's a community, bro. It's a community, right?
It's just as real as the neighborhood bar, right? You remember before the internet, you had to meet at a club or something. It's just as real as that, or the car at the park, wherever we used to meet, bring the cars to the park. It's just as real as that.
Yeah.
You don't go home with half them niggas, man. It'd be a bunch of motherfuckers out there. You know who you know, and then there's a bunch of people who like inadvertently at 6 degrees separation or whatever. It's the same on this fucking Paddleverse, man. It's just as real in my eyes, man.
It is. And I didn't really go to a bar like that, but I know what you mean by watching Cheers. Cheers. And it's like, not everyone always gets along with each other, but you're still part of the community.
Yes, the white folks, they go to a bar. The black folks, even though we call it a club, most of them be low-end bars. That was,
right. A little lounge, right?
Little lounges, yeah.
Lounges.
That was
you know, the lounge makes you can dance. We like to dance.
All right. I dance with everybody, too.
Yeah.
I'll go in there with a white t-shirt. When I come out, it's brown from all the short ladies up against my chest and sweating and shit. It come out brown, bro.
Got some red lipstick right here.
And all the sisters, they all sisters around here. So all of them got on brown makeup. Yeah.
Damn.
Like, what the fuck you be doing this, Joe? I was like, I dance with everybody, bro.
You dance with everybody, and then plus they're damn near like 5'5".
Right, and I'm 6'5". So yeah. So
well, shout out to OTW. Thanks for the raid, bro. Thank you for that.
OTW, bell up, man. I ain't seen you, pimp.
Pimp up. Shout out to RT with the $4.99. That was very generous. Just a small token of appreciation to add the tip jar. Yeah, because this is a big deal, bro. A lot of people are like, "Oh no, it's to me. This is nice. They got to be able to put a tip jar out for your hobby. You know what you love.
It is. I love that angle, bro. You're very fortunate you can pull that off. I saw somebody say that today. He's an artist. Abstract Descent. Maybe you've seen him. He do put up all them shorts where he go doing little murals and shit. He was just like a graffiti artist, and now he travels and he does the same shit I do. He make a living out of it. He travels and do artwork, and he was like, "How lucky am I to be able to make enough money to do what I love to do?" I'm like, it's beautiful.
It is beautiful, man, because we'd be doing it anyway. Because what I do, like my teaching, this is just a layover to what I do during the week, man. My career of teaching, like the young folks. Because we talk a lot of the topics I come up with, Joe. I run them by my students because they have their ear to the street, you know.
Yeah,
they know what's going on. Yeah,
very good.
then we talk about it here.
Right.
Yeah.
I love it. And that way you can also take what we do and you can take it back to your kids. Your different angles.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. That's exactly. And that's what I did with the whole friendship Like what we did with the friendship.
I remember I was just telling my girlfriend about it. Just got on the phone talking about it. The third levels, the 3 levels, the first 2
exactly.
were like, give and take, and the last one you think about them when they ain't even there and shit. Yeah, I was just talking about it.
Because I was talking about them because what I do in my writing class is the week before we talk about the topic, brainstorm, and then they write about it next week, right? So we were talking about accidental friendship, and it's like they're like, yeah, most of our friendships are accidental. We only met each other because we were in the same class or same basketball team or something. You know what I mean?
Yes. Is it true though? Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm saying, but then we're trying to talk about when we get older, that virtuous friendship is where you want to.
Yes. I love it. And I was just thinking about. It's not a question. It makes me think that everything we do forms ripples, and we never know the effect of those ripples. Most of us don't even take time to think about it, but they are as simple as me being in someone's room saying, man, I was at NPC room, we had a ball. NPC who? Next thing you know, a year from now, that's still your man's. He's still coming over here, the guy who come over here that day. We don't know what ripples we're putting out there ever.
Exactly.
And some of those friends might be ripple effects.
It's a butterfly ripple effect.
Yeah,
it is.
Same thing. Yeah.
It totally is. Yeah. What's up? What's up, James? Not a new friend. What's going on, man?
I want to say not a new one.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
But
how's
hello,
it going,
guys.
man?
What's up, man?
Not much. Just I've been okay, I guess. Just been doing some family stuff I don't want to go into, but
I understand. Same here.
Good right now. But it's funny because he doesn't want to go into it, but we're here today, and like the topic is copium, right? Copium is like the meme term that people use to basically mean that like we try to kind of do things that make us happy or get our mind off of the hard realities and suffering of life.
I use the word a lot, copamine and copium.
Copamine, yes. It's like a different versions of the cope
I use
drug.
copium too.
Use copium, but you use copium. You said copamine. You take your copium. I think my copium. I smoke mine. You shoot yours. Okay, we got it.
Same
shit. We got it. It's same shit.
Depends on how you use cope. Is it going to be a good kind of cope you're going to use, or is it going to be a bad kind of cope?
I took it, James, as you're an honest guy, so you couldn't say everything's all right because it's not. You had to be honest, and you tried to keep it moving. I get it.
Yeah. Try to keep it moving. I've been playing a little music for a second. Well, folks that donated because we just got monetized, James. So
That's
let me
cool.
Thanks. Let me play this. I think Joe Cool knows this song right here. Yeah, that's sad, huh? When you want the best for your friend, your brother. That's what your brother is. You want him to come up with you, but for whatever reason, he just keeps hitting his head on the.
The Bible says every man's got to get his own. You can't get yours off another man. As much as you try to drag a motherfucker along, right? If it ain't meant to be, it ain't meant.
People gotta want to go up.
You gotta want to change, right? Like I can't change by playing copyrighted music. The leopard print with the comment: play copyright music to celebrate monetization. It's funny. It's just ironic. That's what I mean. These women, bro, on this community time, they be very direct but funny about it. It's funny.
I've always said the women were the best, the best, the greatest. When I first came into it, all of the great mods, and I think it still holds true with the exception of 1 or 2 men. Are women. All the people who I call when I'm out of town and I need to find something, all women. A guy doesn't even pop into my head. Or if I need something, I need to wash some clothes, I'm in Texas, or I'm fucking some other state, women. Hey, I'm looking for a police officer. He was in a video, so and so. I know it's a long shot. Give me 2 minutes. Yeah,
2 minutes. Yeah, exactly.
Zion, so and so.
Like
women, they do it.
I know.
The greatest,
They keep it moving, man. They keep it moving. Yeah, I look at the analytics. It said like 52% women listeners and 48% men. Kind of even, but women got the edge right here. on this on my channel
that's
right
good.
now. Yeah.
The men
Yeah.
got like 85, 90 because I do all hard street shit. I guess it ain't advertising no women. So
yeah.
You see the shit I'm working on now. I should have bailed in on my other phone because the editing software is on this phone. I could have showed you some of the shit I'm working on now, all Chicago shit. And, I'm having a blast, man.
I want to play that. One of your videos, I love the last one I saw. The one where when you do the narration, it's pimp, bro.
Right, good. Glad you like it.
Yeah. So right now, you said you're working on one. What's the subject?
How close is too close to film a cop? Right. And I had, I did my homework on it, came up with all the laws and the laws pro to against, the case laws that, this and that. Like, for instance, I'll give you a short version. The main reason they say that you can't stand too close to a cop is because you're interfering. So I set forth with a lot of videos and video clips to show that that's bullshit. Or in some states, they got the 25-foot rule. And that's based on what's called the Tula rule, which says if a person is 21 feet away, then they can run up on you and stab you before you can pull your gun and shoot them. Therefore, you must keep them further away. So I cover that bullshit. And I'm showing how here in Chicago, every traffic stop, 40 people walk past. Right? It's not like, in a lot of videos you see, you can't lock down the fucking sidewalk for a traffic stop. And I got me out there, and I've been doing this shit so long. I'm like a lamppost or something to these cops. I'll be so
posted on a lamp.
Yeah. So it's not working at all.
Yeah. So how long you been doing this, Joe?
I think about 6 years now, man. When I came in, there was no people monetized, wasn't nobody out there agitating for a paycheck or anything. It wasn't nobody. The people I admired the most were not making money off of this. It wasn't a thing. So back then, everybody was crazy, a freedom fighter, or a little bit of combination of both of them. So when I do this shit a little different. You'll see I can't. My shit, you probably won't see. Most of my shit is pretty quiet vids. Because if they don't act crazy, they don't end up on YouTube. But most of the people I know are gonna find a way to provoke a motherfucker, and they're gonna make something happen. I've been out with motherfuckers on different trips, cities and states and shit. As we getting out the car or cars, motherfuckers be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna make something happen. I'm gonna make sure I get something."
Make it happen, huh?
Yeah, you're gonna
the manufacturer.
You don't manufacture some shit. You don't call a nigga whatever. I mean, to each his own and shit. But I'm the old school dude, man. I'm out there to watch the person and make sure his rights ain't violated. If the police ain't searching his car and all that, I'm quiet as a church mouse. If he ain't asking for ID when he ain't supposed to and all of that shit. Oh, Pimp, what's good, man?
What's up, Phil? What's up, Phil, man?
Phil, welcome in.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Doing good.
You know when you were talking. Yeah, when you were talking about like most of the women are Johnny on the spot, the great mods and stuff. Yeah. With the exception of Phil, who's all man, pause. But he's a fucking super good mod, a good panelist. He's kind of like very versatile. He can do it all.
That's really good mod who's a panelist. That's super rare.
Yeah.
I prefer to play the background.
So do you have any thoughts on COPIUM, Philip? You're on mute. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I mute when I'm not talking. I think it helps with audio.
Yeah, it does. Teaching you guys.
It's an interesting word because I've only heard people use it in a negative term, and I'm trying to think of it as a positive way.
Very good.
Let me know what you guys think about that.
I'm trying, since you just said it, I never even considered it, but since you just considered it, nothing popped in my head that was positive. Did you come up with anything?
I do. I mean, because like we're coping, because like if you shout out to Shadow Buddha and the Buddhists, like life is suffering to a great extent, right? So what's wrong with coping? Like it is what it is, right? Doesn't mean necessarily it has to be bad.
Isn't it by definition you're avoiding what you're supposed to be doing if you're coping? I mean, it has a negative connotation.
Remember with the definition. Go ahead, James.
No, you're not avoiding what you're supposed to be doing. You're avoiding like the things that make you have pain. I guess if you're trying to cope, depending on if you're
What's up, RT?
avoiding it, you're more or less trying to figure out how to deal with it
Yo,
in a better
Yeah,
We
way
can hear you.
what you
Right.
would otherwise.
No, you're right, James. Like, shout out to RT and Philip. Thank you for the donations. Very generous. Very generous. Look at the meaning of cope, like what James is talking about right here. It literally just says, deal effectively with something difficult. That's not negative.
Wait. All right.
It says
Two
deal
things.
effectively with something difficult.
All right. I was thinking copium. Let's try cope.
Oh yeah, okay,
All right.
okay. My bad. I'm the purest. I'm the purest form of cope. The copa leaves.
Yeah, copium's different than cope, I guess.
I think cope.
Yeah.
I could probably find something where cope is not horrible.
But you cope. You cope when you have a loss of a loved one. You cope with the loss.
Yes, there you go, and that's
not really a
nothing
bad
negative.
thing. You're trying to deal with the thing as
Right.
No.
Well, okay, but back to copium. Then I am absolutely sure that that's 100% negative now.
Yeah.
Well, copium, I think it's a whole different
Yeah.
subject.
Yes, it's the negative part of cope when you're avoiding shit and all of that.
Avoiding, yes.
Yeah.
Is it something about imaginary something? Like, go ahead.
Where do you guys hear the term being used? Like I hear it mostly like in debates when someone's coping in a debate, and you know what I mean. So how do you guys like? I don't understand that one. Are you losing the debate? So you got you're coping, right?
Yeah.
Yes. It's like the definition I played earlier, where that brain rot definition, where they're saying like a football team, your football team lost, right? And then the people are like, oh, it's just that we had a bad day. The quarterback was injured. It was snowing too hard. The copium. You're making excuses. That's what I think. You're losing the debate. You're making excuses.
I don't do the debate shit, but definitely like NPC said, in the real world, even on these fucking panels, when a motherfucker's coming up with a bunch of excuses, like say I'm jumping on the phone,
right, Arctic.
And I'm pushing them on purpose. And what about the picture from the space station? CGI. I just jump on them. I'm like, the copamine, baby, the copamine.
See, there you go. Yeah.
That's how I use it.
So the Moonlander guys who don't think the moon landing is real. You know what I mean? So is that the copium, like the conspiracy?
I don't think it's. I'm a guy. I don't think the moon landing.
Most people don't think it's real. So.
But Philip, what Moonlander guy doesn't think is real? That would interest me.
Oh, Buzz Aldrin.
Hey, but I was just going to say that.
Buzz
I think
Aldrin
instead
hit
of
a motherfucker in the
copium,
mouth, and it's on video for saying that you didn't go to the moon. You think
Buzz Aldrin himself said it.
That's what I mean.
Instead of copium, I think what people talk about is hopium. That it's almost
somebody said that in the chat.
Yeah,
it was you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it wasn't me, but yeah, it's sort of like, grasping at hope, constantly doing, things are going to get better and it's all going to work out.
That's worse than cope, if not the same thing. It may be worse because with hopium, you're doing nothing. With copium, at least you're doing drugs, making up lies. Hopium, you're doing nothing.
Yeah, you're doing something.
Whoa, that's not
prayers without works.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point, Joe.
Yeah.
But hey, the other thing I wanted to NPC just to because I didn't chime in when it was happening, but like when Provo, when he was saying that like you can't there are no friendships online. It's all and he's playing a character. And it's almost like, look, dude, I mean, none of that is sustainable. If you're playing a character online, it's not sustainable. Even actors have to come off the acting role and be themselves. I mean, you
Jim
can't sustain
Carrey
that.
and Robin Williams famously had crashes because of that. Jim Carrey got better, and that's when he started acting normal. It used to be if he go on a talk show, he still did his little bit.
Oh yeah, you're right. It wasn't little even, huh?
He was like, man, I thought I had to play that character all the time.
Uh-huh.
It's fucking insane. I'm down the show.
That's insane. That's insane.
That's true.
So that's not sustainable. That's not sustainable. So Provo, I'm sorry. You can play your character from now till whatever. It's not sustainable. It's you're gonna drop off. And yes, we can create very significant friendships and bonds here on this platform. However, you've got to, keep your head on a swivel. Like if you think somebody is a legitimate person and if you share too much, they're gonna
it's no different from real life there though.
They can potentially use that against you. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, no, I'm glad you brought that up because he came on the next day on this very panel. I think Joe Cool was here. I think Phil was in the chat, and maybe James was in the chat or on the and he literally said like, you know what, I want to say like after thinking about everything, because I went to talk to him the next morning about some stuff we were working through, and then he was like, you know what, NPC, the more I look at it, he's all, you're moving from an acquaintance to a friend now. I did for him that's a big deal. Yeah, he said that. I was like, wow, okay, that's a big step, that's a big step, and I'll take that, man. I mean, he already seems like a friend to me, but you don't know what people think about you. That's different. But so he came, he kind of changed. He kind of seemed to evolve a little bit.
His tone changed. Yeah,
I love that you said evolve because with that attitude where I got to be on point all the time, so I can't have a real friend. You're right. Once you instill that belief, you probably can't create a real friendship. So now he's probably opened up where he possibly could. Hey, Arctic.
Yeah. But then again, because of the dynamics of this panelverse, it's like one day is the equivalent of a week out in the streets, the real streets. A lot happens. And like last night, bro, I went into his I'll mention this because this is COPIUM stream. I went to his chat to say what's up and like, give him my support because he's one of my favorite, my favorite creator, right, in the panelverse. And I was saying what's up to people, Godhard Guardian, who's one of our mods. We were talking a little bit, being very kind to each other as usual. And then, TBE, Toilet Earth was up there. I don't know if he was smashed. But he was like, I didn't say nothing to him, and he started talking shit about me. And I never talk about this dude. Right? He started talking mad shit about me, saying all this weirdo shit. And false narratives.
He jabbled me the same way. Don't take it too personal.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't. I double, but I thought it was interesting because Provo was up there, and this man's talking mad shit, and he didn't say nothing really. Like, oh, I get it if somebody says something and you ignore it. One thing, but this guy was trying to do a mini monologue on me.
It might be a little
he's sort of like the proverbial edgelord. TBE, it's like provocative, and especially if he's had something to,
Provo probably just saw it as normal, right? You said,
he did. He said,
up, I expect him to go in and call everybody names. I wouldn't say shit. I expect that for the first 15, 20 minutes before I even pay attention to the panel again.
Yeah, and then Provo said this like in his own way. I think that maybe this is him kind of defending me in a way. He's like, he's like NPC knows the conflict, the conflict of the panelverse type of like
you roll with the punches kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. But with that said, though, it's because I have this friendship thing on my mind. I'm thinking about how the homies I'm from Cali, Northern Cali, bro, and like if someone says you're a friend and somebody's talking mad shit about you, you're gonna say something to them. Yeah, but I get it. We're not all we're from, we have different things going on, but it made me realize the fact that like people do things differently.
People
you move differently a little bit. Yeah. But, go ahead, James.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what part of the world you're from, how all that works, like how you deal with your friends. Because some people allow their friends to take up their friends. It kind of depends on where you're at.
I think it's more than that, NPC. I think in a different environment, you might have saw a different Provo. I could be wrong, but in a different environment where if your friend thought this guy was giving you shit for real, then I imagine a bunch of niggas on the panel would stand on the panel verse would stand up for you. Damn near all of us, actually, unless it's fucking Paul. Here's Paul, his routine, whoever you're gonna people we know, it might be a little different. I don't want you to sour on that one thing.
No, I don't. I don't see how he is. But my thing is too is like what Snow says. That's how he welcomes people at first. And here's the thing: I get it, and I respect you for sharing that with me. But I've dealt with Shadow's seen this before too. We've dealt with people before that are people they'll take something really foul and rude, and then I check them. But then people go, "Oh, that's just Michael. He's drunk." Like fuck that. I don't care if he's drunk, high, or sober, bro. I don't. Take that
They
shit.
shouldn't be saying things rude. They should be holding them together.
Exactly.
The worst I'll do, I try not to. Go ahead, James.
I was just going to say, sorry, Joe, but I was just going to say that, I think Provo, since he's admitted that, he plays a character that he recognizes another character player, LARP person.
That's dope.
Yeah.
And therefore, like, give him space to breathe, let him do his shtick.
That's dope.
And you might be the victim in the moment, but like, it's you should understand it's not personal or
it's
whatever.
Just a show.
But
he really
but people don't understand that if they're swept into it. It's the thing. It's the problem.
Because I see that's a good point.
If you're a genuine person, you're like, what the fuck is this?
That's me.
Then, but
yeah. But my thing is like the whole reason. No, Joe, were you going to say something before that?
Well, I was going to say that the way I handle those people, normally if it's certain people, I don't even engage with them. Certainly on that level. But when the imp comes out in me, I trigger him. I push him. I know how to get a motherfucker to say what he doesn't want to say. For instance, if a guy comes up there and he's playing around cracking racist jokes, I will drill in on him. And in fucking 5 minutes, I had that motherfucker being like, "God damn right, I hope them Mexicans die and go back to Venezuela." I'll fuck with them if
like that. Damn,
I'll fuck with them, bro.
Yeah, they totally let their guard down and like spew out all their hatred. They're like, hey, see this? This is what's going on.
Well, maybe you guys, it ties into what TB, and I mean, I say him because he was right in my face, but I do things that I'm trying to do better from too. But like, why is it that when we're having a good conversation, me and Godheart being kind to each other, why do some people in this panel verse, when people are being kind to each other, they take offense to it?
Have you noticed that? I do. It's a real life thing.
What is that?
In my opinion, it is the devil. I don't want to get religious and all of that, but you're the positive energy. Understand that there's a yin for the yang, a yang for the yin, and there's a guy. When you're up at night trying to think of positive shit to do, there's a guy that's sitting up at night sharpening his skills to interrupt and that type of shit. And that guy is easy to get influenced by the bad guy, the way you're easy to get influenced by the good guy. So the bad guy in him just sees positive energy and uses him as a tool to disrupt it. He's just trying to change the positive energy on the panel. He may not even know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure, Joe. And but also like on these panel situations, then the entertainment value of the conflict is also something you cannot ignore.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
some motherfuckers think that they're on stage when they're doing that shit.
Yeah. And it creates content and blah blah blah. Well, I mean, our good friend Jack Talcott is he's the poster child. He's on the milk carton of people. He's the guy that like he knows in his heart of hearts, like, why am I letting these horrible people on my panel? But he knows in his heart of hearts that it creates content. It creates
the numbers are gonna go up.
But I couldn't do it. But God bless anybody that can. Is all I gotta say.
Yeah, Jack will say that he's trying to get stronger, like from these people. How in the deal, which is true, but then it does bring views, though. You're right, it does bring views.
And to some people who apparently didn't get the attention they should have got when they were younger, any attention is good attention, and Jack is like that. He'll let people bring up his personal shit or whatever, as long as he's on the stage and feel he's we hear somebody saying
we hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, you said Jack will bring that stuff up, Joe.
Yeah, I think
he'll let it all out.
As long as it's I think James dropped. He probably couldn't hear us.
Oh no, it wasn't me that dropped. It was someone else. That dropped.
Shit.
It was RT. RT probably got a call. Yeah. Well, Samantha, look what Samantha says right here. People aren't used to civility anymore.
Civility.
Civility. Does that mean civil? Being civilized? Is that what that means?
Being civilized.
Being civil. Yes.
Joe, you live in in Chicago, or you're from Chicago, right? And that's where the head of the NOI, Nation of Islam, and one of the things they teach the women and people in general is they have classes on civilization, they call it, which is basically how to be well mannered and be right and exact, be right and exact.
Buddies with Farrakhan's son, so I went to a lot of those shits and the Million Man March and a bunch of that shit. And yes, the women have I don't know, it's like when they're on that square, it's like
what's up, Peril?
It's like you look at what's up, Peril? It's like you look at the old Malcolm X shit, and the women just look statuesque, right?
Yes.
If you can remember those, yes, that's the way the women try to carry themselves.
The posture and everything.
We went to the Million Man March. Right, I took a white dude. Right, well, most white motherfuckers are absolutely scared to go. I took a white dude. Matter of fact, I just showed my girlfriend his picture. I was just going through some old pictures, and I'm telling you that when an old person or a female walked through, and it was shoulder to shoulder, jam packed like a concert. When an old person or a woman walked through, the fucking crowds opened up like the fucking sea. They didn't even touch anyone. It was crazy, and everybody picked up their garbage when it was over and left. It was different than going to one of these BLMs where motherfuckers getting gassed and pepper balled and all that crazy shit.
Yeah,
that sounds very civilized.
That is civilized.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. I would think. You
can tell I'm in Chicago now.
Yeah, there you go.
Mute up.
Yeah, that's the cop.
Hey, matter of fact, shout out to Chicago. Isn't that where the new Pope is from? That's what Sherelle was saying.
That's right, man.
That's right.
Chicago?
First American Pope, yeah.
I didn't think we'd have an
part
American.
Black too. You hear about that?
I did not know that. No.
Yeah, he's part Black. His grandmother's on both sides. One of them was Creole, and one of them was like African American or something like that. Yeah.
I didn't think we'd ever have a American Pope.
I know.
Let alone from Chicago. They already got the memes and shit talking about, yeah, baby, Pope from Chicago. If the Pope, if you up under his hat, he got that 9mm switch up under that.
Oh my God!
They already got the jokes. Shit.
They got the switch.
Yeah.
Not Nintendo Switch, huh?
Right. No, not the Nintendo.
Wow. Yeah. It is interesting times we're living in, man. These are interesting times.
Has a quote, and maybe it's from the Bible. Be blessed, you're blessed to live in interesting times. I think that was from the Bible.
Oh yeah, but it's also a Taoist quote.
It could be that.
Shall you live? Yeah. You shall. May you live in interesting times, and this definitely is. That's my good friend who's he had a float tank business in Hawaii. My friend Jeff, Japanese American dude, and he would always do this way of talking where instead of saying that's fucked up or that's horrible, he always go, that's interesting. Like he take everything as interesting, like difficult situations. Yes. And I think he really meant it. At first it was like a language experiment, but the way this guy's been moving like 15 years later since I've known him, like dude never breaks a sweat on shit, bro.
You said float tank. Is that what I'm thinking? Like a deprivation tank or something?
Exactly. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. You go in the Epsom salt water and you float in there. It's dark. Yeah.
Yeah, they cut the lights off and all of that shit. Yeah, it's supposed to be like trippy.
Yeah, Machine Lives was doing a broadcast this week about John Lilly, the scientist. Remember the movie Altered States with William William Huff or whatever? Like he played him, John Lilly.
Okay.
Who he would take ketamine and acid and go inside those tanks and communicate with dolphins and entities.
Wow. They got some guys now that's got a pretty good famous. They're like, I don't know. They seem like they got their act together. You know, they don't seem hippie-ish or burnout like me and shit. They seem pretty much like they got their act together. But that's their thing. They'll take ayahuasca, whatever it is, and they'll go on trips. And when they come back, they document it. It's a bunch of them. And they also study near-death shit. And, you know, I watch a lot of that shit whenever I can catch them. That's good shit.
That was my whole my other channel I have that almost has 1,000 subs. It's called Test Stream, and that's what I would do. I would interview my friends that took psychedelics and stuff, and then they would talk about it. Like, here, I'll show you real quick.
That's just funny.
Interesting little take on this.
That's funny.
Let's see. Test Stream 88. All right, this is the channel. Here we go. Oh, my friend, his mom talking about it. Let's see. His mom talking about it.
Oh, wow. You got a bunch of shit on there.
I made this video.
Hey, be careful. We might want to stop and talk over. I heard this nigga jerk. He'll strike you.
I put up some comedy. Just
who?
This nigga the guy made this vid. I hear he's a
oh, yeah. Who are you telling, bro? He needs to take. He don't even take mushrooms, and he making video on them.
Because I remember you say you like to put comedy on, so I put comedy on. I put Snoop Dogg comedy thing. He had Cat Williams on.
This is my friend, good friend, Mystery Ozo from Jersey. His mom, he gave his mom like 10 grams of mushrooms.
And then after Cat Williams finished, I was starting to feel the little euphoria from it, and I said, "Fuck this! I'm just shut it off." Because I went to sleep and I woke up at 9, and that's when I made the tea and did that. And then so I started feeling a little bit, and I don't know. I didn't really see like in and out things like that. What I saw was more or less like kind of like a aurora borealis, but with all stars, almost like the Avatar, shiny stars, and I was just like, oh my God, you're so beautiful, Lord. And I was just purging, crying.
Listen at her.
So happy.
Because I was like, I can hear it. All night long crying. I don't know. I just let it all out. I felt great though in the morning because I had to let all that out. Wow. But it was just beautiful. Like then we was watching Avatar, and I was like, he was inside the whale, the mouth of the whale, where they all lit up. I was like, oh my God, that's like what I was watching. Inside, there's just like little all over, like almost like a star patterns and shit. That's what I saw in my channel. You see all night. That was it. Not, and I just remembered something. I remember that before all the star pattern and all that thing. I remember like I was somewhere and it was like an empty giant room, and I was walking.
Trippy.
And I started looking up, and I saw these things that looked like, but they looked like they were metal, but they were like legs, almost like a crab or like a spider type thing, like a machine. I think it was. It looked kind of like a giant something. I was walking under it, and I kept thinking like, oh, those legs look like spider legs for some reason, like. And I just kept walking, and then all of a sudden, I don't remember what happened next. Just after that was the time that I started going somewhere else, and then I saw the stars in the sky. It looked like, oops, sorry, that's me. It looked like I was like in the middle of a wave, but they.
Oh, that's okay.
Of a wave.
Type of dirt that I have never noticed before, and I looked up at the pink robe, and the arm of the robe looked like it was waving, like it was like moving, like somebody was in the robe, almost like, yeah, it looked like somebody.
That's beautiful,
was
mother and son. That's Mother's Day right there.
And then I went up and touched it, and then it got flat again. It wasn't like full. It didn't look the way it did a minute ago. Yeah, that happened. But it was a pretty good trip all in all.
That is.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Woo!
She was entertaining.
Oh man, those are the day. Yes, very entertaining.
I
Like
can't
nice
get
spirit.
there no more. I've been taking, well, not recently because I done gave up, man, but I done took so many fucking mushrooms. I mean, just handfuls after handfuls and shit. I was like throwing up all
You looking
night.
like that after looking like James Brown.
I was live too and shit. Motherfuckers was like,
You were live on shrooms?
I don't know if I was live, probably on my shit or on somebody else shit on a panel or something. But everybody was just like, I don't know. It was like stupid. Guys was trying to make me throw up, talking about nasty shit because I kept throwing up. I couldn't stop. So they'd be like, "Hey Joe, you ever think about a grease sandwich?" I was like,
that sounds gross.
The next day, I was still high and all that, but I couldn't trip. I went to California. My guy grows the shit. He makes his own DMT, I think it's called, or whatever that shit's called.
Yeah, DMT.
Yeah, I told him, and he was like, "Oh, I got you." And I go down there. He literally makes his own shit. He's a chemist and all that bullshit. And he sells it in. I probably shouldn't have said that last part. I can't trip anymore. And I was telling motherfuckers that, and somebody told me that, I think because you're there naturally all the time, Joe, and that shit makes sense to me. When I leave and go on a road trip, within 10-15 minutes, I'm probably bawling at the beauty or the relationship with God. I live in that constant state.
Yeah. That sounds like a high, like a psychedelic way of being, definitely.
Yeah.
Without being sober, right, for sure. I know what you mean. Like I can just start bawling if I see the vistas, especially when you're traveling. You're seeing like the Grand Canyon. You're seeing the Black Hills, all that stuff. You're
anything. I could miss
beautiful.
my friends 10 minutes down the road. Right, think how much I love that person. He's thinking, I've seen you twice, nigga from YouTube, and I'll be crying, man. I'm like, wow, thank you, Father, and shit like that, yo.
Or hearing a very touching song will make you cry.
Oh yeah,
right,
right,
I mean,
right,
for sure. Hey, real quick, like, have you guys ever heard the?
Not quick. Slow down.
Take your time.
Breathe. No, but
go ahead, bro.
Have you guys ever heard the? There was a quote supposedly attributed to Howard Hughes, but he said, "Never check a fact that's interesting," and it's kind of true. It's kind of true because like. All these conspiracy theories, mud flood and blah, 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 and rising earth. And, like, if you're into it, go for it. But, like, don't check it because you're going to be disappointed.
Let me draw an analogy, if I can, James. Tell me if this holds. It's like the magician. Don't investigate the trick. Don't do like I do and Google how to trick. It's so fucking interesting and fascinating. Until you reveal it. Now it's
good point. Excellent.
I want to know it all. I just want to reveal it all.
You want to know it all, huh?
Know it all.
Well, that's what it comes
but
down
I mean,
to.
there's something to be said about like the human
I can't think of RT as James. I'm an idiot. Go ahead, RT.
The human mind wants. The human mind wants to like fill in the blank or be more creative than they should be, and this whole that quote is pretty much spot on because you can be entertained if you don't look into it further. You could use pharmaceutical stuff.
I guess I'm not very creative. I want to know it.
I disagree.
We all get that. Well, I'm not saying don't investigate.
Wait. This is why. Let me, RT. This is why I took it to the magician shit because that it's not real. The things you're naming, you're in doubt of. The magician is playing a trick on you. Here, no, I don't want to live a lie and think that the earth is flat or that whatever weird shit. I don't want to live a lie and and think that Republicans are smarter than these people or black people are better. I don't want to even live that lie. Interesting, be damned.
But the point is, all that stuff is kind of like a trick that you just mentioned that wasn't attributed to a magician. It's all kind of a trick.
If you know it's a trick, I'm okay with it. But I can't believe something that is not true. I'd feel inadequate. I don't run around thinking magic is real. He really pulled that elephant from under that hat. No, I'd be, inept or something.
You just want to know some of the. You don't want to know how it's done. You just want to know like it was a trick.
It's almost
not how the trick. Yeah.
Confirmation bias, like, oh well, that happened and I believe that was going to happen, so I'm not going to look into it further.
That's more horrible shit that you should not be doing.
But that's what the whole thing about. Like, I thought psychedelics were cool and all this shit, and I investigated it, and I haven't done it that much. However, I spoke to hundreds of people who have, and like and the more I look into it, I'm like, maybe we're here on Earth to be more sober. In terms of, not because maybe eventually we'll get to that hyperspace, on the natty, like when you quote unquote die, when you die, you're gonna see if it was flat, you're gonna see if it was round, because you're gonna be zooming probably somewhere, right? Yeah. So why chase? I had a mentor that says, why chase reality when it's already you can already be paranoid enough, So it's like.
Totally.
I don't get it yet.
Yeah, but with that said, though, I think there is some things that do need to be investigated. Like, because if that was the case, what you just said, RT, completely, that means that people really shouldn't investigate themselves. Like, like Socratic method, right?
Yeah, how do you know yourself and how do you know where you want to take your life to if you don't investigate yourself?
Yeah, you can just delude yourself and you should be happy because it's interesting.
Right. What do you think, Philip?
It's a really it's a really open-ended question because I was thinking about there are two sides to that coin. If you are ignorant, then you are losing out to so much beauty in the world. But then you might be very happy.
Yeah.
You don't have any
ignorance
problems.
is bliss.
Ignorance is bliss. Nobody's gonna argue.
Totally.
And so there are it's a weird one. It's open. It's kind of fun, and it's a fun concept, and I'm glad we're talking about it.
For sure.
I was thinking more about copium also.
Okay.
That, how would you guys handle it? Is this something that we should frown people from doing, or is it something that we should encourage people to do? Like, I'm still confused exactly what
they're in line, I guess, with the shit we were just talking about. Since you brought it up timely, it's the same thing. Do we face reality? It's what you were just saying out your mouth. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Here's the copium. The copium.
Is it something we? Oh, okay.
You listen to
you got a video for
I played it earlier.
Yeah, I missed it.
It's kind of brain. It's kind of brain rottish, but listen.
All right.
It's a slang term that combines. What is copium? Copium is a slang term that combines cope with opium. It is used humorously to describe how someone might deal with disappointment or failure. The idea is that copium is a fictional substance that people use to comfort themselves when things don't go their way.
Okay, a fictional substance that people use when things don't go their way.
To comfort themselves when things don't go their way.
That sounds like cope. I said a fictional substance.
Similar to how opium dulls physical pain. The term is...
Okay, the opium dulls physical thing. That's why I was talking about the opium den. People used to just crash out and give up, just lay in the opium den all day. But we see these people are online, maybe like playing video games all day without engaging with their family. Or on panels, exactly.
On panels,
exactly.
Yeah, but copium sounds like it's fiction, though.
Well, that's what he said.
Tangible.
But I mean, it's fictional enough, but it's an idea. I think it's like a way of being nowadays. Like, it's not an actual drug that you can shoot up, but it's a way of being. It sounds like.
It's a way of delusion. It sounds like.
I'd say I'm going to use Jack since one of you guys brought it up. Jack is a good example of that, where he's built up his world, and over there he can be the king. He can be all of those things.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it's like it's not Talcadia. It's Copania. Copania. Yeah, it's it. Yeah, it's an imaginary world. It's an imaginary world. Just like NBC The Game Live. This is an imaginary space in a sense.
To Philip, then, if we look at it as that, I don't think we should encourage it.
But is it really?
Yeah.
Well, it's like any behavior. If there's a reflection of positive behavior, then we should enforce positive behavior. But if there's negative copium, then don't enforce that.
Right. I think so.
Right. Let's see what the rest of this what he has to say.
Well, real quick.
Go ahead, RT.
So what's the difference between coping in the face of a horrible situation? Let's just say, your child or your spouse passed away unexpectedly, and you're gonna have to cope with that.
You're going to an extreme.
No. I'm trying to.
But that's not the whole
make the distinction between coping and copium, and I'm not sure I understand it honestly. I know hopium. I do understand hopium is kind of like religion or all these things where you're like, I hope something great's going to happen.
NPC, give RT an example of what a guru. Give RT an example of coping.
I would say
guru. Right,
copium.
Guru's an expert on that
shit.
Yeah, write an example of copium in the chat group.
Well, I don't think copium is when we say a difficult situation. That's what is it's getting through a difficult. That's what cope is. I think copium is like getting through
delusion and shit,
delusions and stuff like that. Because getting through a difficult situation could be not just a tragedy, but it could be like literally taking care of your family and going to work. Which is it's difficult for some of us that want more for ourselves.
You got a dream, but you got to work at Walmart for a while because the kids.
Let's see. Let's keep going with this one real quick.
Yeah,
hold on.
Often used in online community, particularly in gaming and social media.
So you said like it's particularly used in social media and gaming. So yes, like internet spaces, basically, right?
Okay. Yeah, I can relate with
and
that.
Social media.
Yeah.
To mark individual.
You seen it before in gaming, Philip?
Okay. So when I lose in gaming, I blame it on the ping. I blame it on my internet connection. I blame it on my controller.
Not your skills.
I blame
you blame it on everything
PC.
but you.
I'm on console, bro. You're on PC. You're on mouse and keyboard. You know what I mean? Like I've heard about this, bro. I lived it, dude. Damn it.
Yeah.
You blame it on everything but you.
That sounds like copium. Okay.
That sounds cool.
He's cheating. He's using that cheating software.
No, he blames it on everything but himself because I understand that about the.
Bro, he's a hacker.
I think Phil might be.
I understand the whole thing about the gaming thing because I game a lot. So.
See, you see it. Here we go.
We do our copium.
Or groups perceived to be in denial about.
Oh, denial. That's a good word. Sorry to yell, but that's a good word right there. Yeah.
An unfavorable situation. And social media to mark individual or groups perceived to be in denial about an unfavorable situation.
Denial. I can't talk about Jack. I'm going to talk to him on Monday. Monday. What do I deny myself about? That life
well,
is all perfect.
We all are delusional sometimes. So let's just.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm denial and saying that like, it's okay. I'll take care of this issue that needs to be taken care of right away. But I'll say I can wait a couple more days. I can start. Yeah. And I'll use copium to cover that up, I guess. Yeah.
Procrastinate. Am I on?
Procrastinate. Yeah. It's kind of loud in the background a little bit, Joe.
Hold on, lower
the volume
of or something in the background.
There, that's better. He just muted it.
Well, I'm muted right now.
For example,
listen to this, Joe.
If a sporting loses a crucial match, fans of the opposing team might say the losing fans are huffing copium to cope with their defeat. Overall, copium highlights the human tendency to find ways to mentally or emotionally mitigate unpleasant realities. Example sentence. After losing 5 games in a row, the fans were on a steady diet of copium, convincing themselves that next season would be their year. What is copium highlights the human tendency to find ways to mentally or emotionally mitigate unpleasant realities.
Yeah, that's it. That's the core of it right there, I think.
Mitigate unpleasant
realities.
Yeah. Mitigate and maybe cast blame on someone else for the predicament that you found yourself in.
Yeah. Just like that was a good example that Philip said about it's the ping, it's the connection, it's the controller.
Or the person's cheating.
That's a big one. The person's cheating.
Yeah,
they're just good.
We do a lot of copium in gaming sometimes. I mean,
I'm on PC and you're on a system. Yeah, that's
that's a big one too. Yeah. That's a big one too.
You on a controller. You using the mouse. You can use your whole arm. You using that software. That ricochet shit.
Bro, it's not copium, it's facts, bro. Okay.
That's me. You're mainlining copia right there, my friend. Mainline IV.
Never check an interesting fact. That's there you go.
That's something I'm gonna meditate on.
If you want
do you think
delusion, yes. If you want to live in delusion,
I would say never. I like that to remind me to keep me honest, but I wouldn't say never though, RT.
Yeah, but I didn't create the quote, but yeah.
Sell me on why you would not check a fucking interesting fact. Sell me on one why I would not. Outside of the magician shit that I know is fantasy.
The Nile's a river in Egypt. I like this. The Nile's a river in Egypt for sure. Yeah, the new groove is excuses, distractions, being into that picture of analysis. That's a good one for copium. Yeah. Now, what were you saying, Joe? To RT's point.
Example, RT, YouTube, and PC. You were saying sometime copium is good. Give me an example of when you should not examine something just because it's interesting. And I think he called it a fact, but that's probably the wrong word. Interesting.
Maybe your girlfriend's sexual history, not your particular, but like your partner's.
That shit ain't nothing interest me.
Yeah, body count.
Body count. Well, that's. I mean, see, that's what's when they say that's subjective, right?
Yeah. Okay.
What interests you might not interest me.
Something that interests me.
I guess that's cuck material if you're like interested in that.
Shit. If I ain't checked it at 3 and 4 surface sources, I don't even mention it to other people, man. I'm way on the other extreme. I don't accept shit. I don't believe shit. And I'm not going to be out there repeating shit. And the Bigfoot probably is. I'm going to be Googling Bigfoot before I get this. I don't know.
Once again.
You guys, when something's interesting. And I think by interesting, he meant interesting in a positive way. Not
in a positive way.
Girlfriend shitting on my sheets and put my toothbrush in it there. Not that type of shit. Interesting in a positive way. Why would you not examine it? That's what it sounds like he means. If and give me an example of what you guys would do. Maybe you think some chick thinks you're cute and it's better not to even ask. Maybe is that an example?
I would think it'd be good to ask, especially if you thought she was cute. My thing about your parents' history, like your parents, like what was it like when they were younger?
Yeah, that might be interesting, but I don't.
It might be interesting to know, but it could be maybe crush your or back then when people said you shouldn't know your heroes too good.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That motif, right?
Not horrible, right? But that's when you're a child, man. Everybody's a man. I'm old enough now to know that. I don't do the hero shit now. I assume everybody's a man now, man.
Yeah, but you could have heroes, quote unquote heroes on YouTube, and you let them into your life, and the next thing you know, they're sharing photos. I mean, not that they're, but like photos of family members, or it's like Good grief.
I've met all of my so-called heroes, and probably at a time when they, I don't know, they're still legend and all of that bullshit. But all of them are fucking men. I'm in an Airbnb with 20 other, I think the coldest motherfuckers on the planet. And come morning, motherfuckers stealing alcohol and drunk, and they're just normal motherfucking people, man. Shit, I don't be, if you don't put no weird expectations into some shit, you don't really have a hero. A hero does heroic things when he's doing them, right? All of you niggas are heroes
supposedly,
to me in some type of way, except
you know what that
Philip,
is?
right?
In their mind.
Except for Philip. Philip he's the archetype of a hero.
All of you would have done some or said something heroic.
Can't do no wrong.
And I know that if I look into your shit, there's the time when you let loose and did some shit you weren't proud of, whether you was 19 years old beating up a drunk or whatever it is.
I'm gonna like detour this before I drop off here, but so it's Mother's Day tomorrow in the U.S. Today
in Taiwan,
in Mexico,
in Taiwan.
Oh, is that right?
I'm in Taiwan.
Today?
Yeah, it's Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, everybody.
Yeah. So and this could be sort of I don't want to get to be too much of a downer, but so what would be better if you had a mother who passed away young at life versus a mother who is elderly and doesn't know who the hell you are? Which
these are my two fucking choices?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's Clinton or
they're not very
Trump.
great choices.
On either one.
No. Wait, no, there's one more choice, and it's called COPIUM.
But it's especially
it's more like Coke, not Coke. In this case,
you said Coke.
It's especially divisive for a reason, I guess.
I know my answer. That's the easy one for me because that's all I know. My mom passed away. The younger mom that passed away. Even though I miss her so much. Rest in peace, Anita. She died when she was 42 of ovarian cancer.
Wow. Okay.
And I was like 22, I think, or 21, or like that. My brother was 13. But the reason I say that is because in the time she was with me, the 21 years she was with me, it was like she made me feel like I was the little prince.
Was your best promoter? Your
exactly.
Best, yeah.
Yeah, always motivate so much. So I'll be like, Mom, chill out. I know you love me. I'm good. You think I'm good, but she built me up, man. Because I really truly believe that the way your mother treats you is the way you your first look at how you believe the world's gonna be.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
Yes.
What if you'd have had your mother around another 40 years and she didn't start getting dementia to them last 80 something?
Yeah, she was.
Now that'd be great.
Yeah.
However, it'd be heartbreaking. The end would be heartbreaking, but everything happens for a reason. So I would hope that I can find some lessons and wisdom and love through that difficult time.
But
at the end,
But she's not going to know who you are and anything.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah,
but I wanted to be alive though and have 40 more years though.
My family members
but the point that there's no like live 40 more years without dementia.
Okay, I'll choose what happened to my mom, even though it was gut wrenching.
Yeah,
but it was also beautiful too.
Years of dementia. Jeez, now that's
nah. Yeah. Well, Joe, you said that you've had
I'm going.
You're dealing with the letter
with a family member. Yes, is going through that shit, and
it's rough, isn't it, Joe?
Yeah, it's rough. It's the same thing. His memory, you know what I'm saying? He might be calling 15 memory, and like, dude, you just called or you just said this, and it's just getting worse. It's progressing. So
yeah, that's like one of the worst one of the worst things that's happening to people, and you have to be a certain age. Maybe you know from your
Oh, well, let me
grandparents,
finish. I was
but
almost there. I got one more sentence.
sorry. Go ahead.
However, I'm happy every day that I see him and that he's here. That was it. I want to say that even though he's going through those things, it's a struggle, and I be depressed when I come from the hospital and all of that shit during the daytime. It's horrible, especially that's when I'm back in Chicago. It's been rough, but I'm not confused. Every day I leave the hospital, I'm already, thank you, Father, for another day.
Yeah,
choice to me.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, because when my friend, who says my mom, but also my good friend Leopard Print, she's going through that every day. She devoted her whole life taking care of her mom.
Yeah.
That has that dementia and all, and I think she has Alzheimer's. And it's you can tell Leopard. It's already a gentle soul, but it takes even more. It's it's gut wrenching. And so I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Leopard, I'm gonna need to get your
Shout out to
phone
Leopard,
number.
Mother's Day.
I'm gonna need to get your phone number, Leopard. It's nothing sexual. I just may want to talk about the dementia part. No,
I'll let her know, Joe.
No, I was kidding.
Oh, what the fuck?
That's
Jerk.
messed up.
It's really rough.
Yeah. So, RT, so you deal with that too?
Oh yeah.
Wow. Sorry, man.
Well, I know what it's like dealing with family members that got the timers, because my great grandfather had it.
Yeah.
But I mean, when it becomes your mother, it's a whole different.
Yeah, that does sound rough. That's gonna be
it's
probably something
but,
I don't know.
we've had the grief.
Having a parent like that or not, but
we've gone
God
through
willing,
the
I won't
grief
have to.
process and so forth already, years ago. So it's
right.
But anyway,
so it's you already let her go, while she was still here.
Yeah,
physically,
You almost
wow.
have to. You almost have to, because she's not there. She's already moved on. Hopefully, with with Pop and up wherever you think. Is it heaven? Is it another realm? I don't know, but it's really, you live long enough, you're gonna have these things that happen, and but yeah, I mean, Mother's Day is a whole different animal, and you almost, it's sad to say, but if there was just well, it's over and she's passed, and it's people can deal with that, but this part is
lingering, huh?
Yeah, it's
you said it with the animals. That's now I know what you're getting at. I think RT in the comment about the pets and stuff when they go through. So it just makes it times 10, 100 when it's your mom, who's your first teacher, your first nurse,
1000%.
your first food, your first everything, man.
Yeah. When they don't know who you are. I mean,
but you know what you're doing right now, bro, honoring her and stuff, is kind of you're giving back. I know, I mean, I'm not trying to cope. Yeah, it's cope. Fuck it. That's a beautiful thing, bro. How you're able to, because when you were a baby, you didn't know shit.
Right.
You didn't know shit. And she did all these things that you're doing for her. So, man, my hat's off to you, brother, man.
It's healthy cope.
I don't know if it's cope, if it's what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I don't think cope's a bad thing. I don't think coping is bad. That's why I say it, guys, like that.
Yeah. Maybe cope's not the right word, but dealing with it and managing it, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah. Anyhow,
Lady Lex doing it too. She said thing with a mom. Yeah.
Oh, that's
And Leopard. Yeah. So shout out to you, RT.
You live long enough, these things happen, and unfortunately, NPC, your mother passed way too young, but it's just we all have our journeys and stuff that we're dealing with. And so anyone who says that we can't have friendships, or we can't, this is all a joke, this is, online, chicanery, I just don't buy it because we're real people dealing with real stuff and sharing it. So that's all.
Any chance, listen, this is intentionally to change the subject.
Yeah.
Any chance that the person next to you on the panel is your brother or your family as much as your literal brother or family? Could that be possible?
I think so. At this point, yes.
Well, brothers can go deeper than just blood.
Yeah. Especially in this, like RT, what you said about like the other panels, maybe that's how they perform it. That's how they not perform. Well, that's what they do in their at their house. Sure. But this house right here, bro, this community. No, I literally look at you like a brother, especially all the stuff you're sharing. You know what I mean? You can count on me and shit, and that's real. That's not just you. That's not YouTube shit, bro. This is like real, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is real.
Maybe maybe in that sense too, but I meant that the only difference between my brother and a stranger on the street is that we share the same mom. Other than that, he deserves the same patience and all the things that I have for my family members. I'm starting to believe that in my old age.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Good point, Joe.
Yeah, because we all share the same ancestor. Ultimately, if you go back, at least in my world.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, well,
you go back far enough, you got Adam and you got Eve.
I guess in that sense, you're all related as well.
We're all related, yeah.
And blood,
RT, man.
Well, yeah.
You have a good gracefully let you go.
I'm gonna dial out. Yeah. All right.
All right, bro. We're thinking about you, brother.
Easy, bro.
It's all good. You and your mom, man. Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah,
you're a good man.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, have a good one, RT, and
peace.
Peace.
Much love, man. Yeah. Oh man.
I was thinking about RT's questions, and one of them was, if you find out the answer to your mysteries, your answer, then that stops discussion. You don't ever want to stop talking, right?
Yeah.
And the other one is, I would prefer to have a mother, even if the mother didn't recognize who I was, who I was, or what we were, just because it's not cool. It's like you're not in the cool club if you don't have a mother to spend Mother's Day with. Like it's not the same. Like a memory is different than the physical person. So even if she doesn't remember you, you can go there and still do the act. You still can be grateful and thankful and do that. And that's an opportunity that only certain people have.
And you can still look at her physically.
That's
touch
what I mean.
her,
So
right?
I would take that way over any other way.
I'll tell you, but I see what you're saying, but also too, I have this caveat. When you're dealing with someone, especially you have to take care of them, be it your child or your mother that's sick, I would think that, now this sounds selfish, but it is what it is, man. Like sometimes it is a relief, like he was saying earlier, when they just pass. I know that sounds bad, but it's like
the last day I saw my dad NPC is I changed his diaper. Last day I saw him.
There you go, yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. And it's
but
like you said earlier, to debate that, just to debate it, I'm not, this person also took care of you and wiped your butt. You couldn't do it.
Shit,
you were born.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they were able to get you your start without them going through the process of doing exactly what you're describing. You couldn't argue that.
Philip, that's off the chain. I think you bookended that, man. I think that's
he did. He did. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I was just talking about like these. No, but I was thinking about these people that have to do it like for 15 years or something like that. That's what I was talking about. But yeah, maybe it's our penance or our karma, cause and effect. That we have to do. It's only fair. You're right. It's only fair.
My old man had his senses about him, but he had a stroke, and he was absolutely healthy before he had it. And them last couple of years, it was rough. He couldn't even walk around and go to the bathroom by himself. So it was rough.
Dang.
Yeah. Just buried him a couple of years ago too.
Yeah, I remember you showed a picture of him, Joe. He looked super young. He looked like you. It's just like he had a little bit more meat on his bones.
Yeah, he's a fat version of me, man. When I get
No,
fat,
I'd say fat.
Like my old man. But my old man was big. I don't remember showing you a picture of my pop. It couldn't.
You showed him. I thought you showed him like one of the last pictures you showed when you showed the slideshow during the Resto Chesto interview. When you came on, like you showed. I could swear it was your dad, like in New York or something.
No, that was me.
Or in the city.
Yeah.
Oh, that was you.
That was me.
I thought you said that was your dad.
Oh, that was me. It said
I messed that up.
That's what you think.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Square said Peace Pops. That was me. Yeah.
So he had a little bit more weight on him than.
I knew James wasn't gonna let that go. Good one, James. Joe's eating that the pastrami Cat's Deli sandwich. He gained a little bit of weight.
That gives you the weight in there.
Yeah, he got.
When he had the stroke, man, I couldn't even pick him up off the floor. Yeah, he was big. And then when I left him, because I took him to his sister, it was a long story, but in the end, we took him to his sister. We had put him in a home for rehab, all that shit. He couldn't do shit. And they had diagnosed him with COVID, and it was crazy. But I took him there, and I carried him. I was able to carry him to and from his wheelchair the last time I saw him.
Wow.
Yes, that's the big difference, right? He was a lot smaller.
That's surreal, man. That's like a reverse all that.
Yeah,
you were in the stroller. I'm sure he used to push you down the Naval Pier in the stroller.
The fellow looked like a white sage or something right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm just listening to your amazing story. You're an amazing man, Joe Cool. For you to do that to somebody else, especially your father, is an amazing story, and I thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Yeah, this panel's vibrating on a high level, man. Thanks to y'all. Thanks to all.
I don't know, right? If this was Wrestler's Room, he'd be drunk and calling his names by now.
Oh my goodness. The crash. I won't even say crash out. That was wild. Buddha was like, I'm glad that Joe Cool was up there. Keep him honest. Yeah, you did though. That was good because you see things. I'm sure you see a lot and don't say things sometimes. But I was like, sometimes you gotta say something.
Yesterday, the day before last time before that, he booted my ass because I say much.
Talk to the content creators.
That's it. I've been booted. I'm barred from so many rooms. It's fucking crazy, bro. Upstairs.
Joe Cool barred? Wow. What a surprise.
Everybody, Joe, go ahead with it, man. I'm telling you, I got a stack of places I can't go because some places you must just go along to get along. They expect you to not to compete with their narrative. And I'm not built that way. I don't have it in me. So if you on one of those spaces, I don't give a fuck how much you care for me. You gotta boot me. I got good friends who numbers I got. We text, but these niggas don't. I'm booted from the panels, from the chats, because man,
well, this is what
call them on their shit.
Well, this is what we talked about. Let me just show this real quick. We did the Heidegger video earlier when he was talking about the people getting along to get along. Listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
We fail dismally at this task. We merely surrender to a socialized, superficial mode of being he called they self, as opposed to ourselves. We follow das Gerede in German, which we hear about in the newspapers, on TV, and in the large cities that Heidegger hated to spend time in.
So yeah, the they, what do you say? The they self,
as opposed to yourself or ourself.
Yourself, yes, and that's why you don't want to conform to the they self. Sometimes is that what it was? They boot you.
I don't think I'm even built that way. I used to think it was arrogance, right? I'm not so sure that is, but you can't get me.
Go along and slave along, yeah.
You're not gonna get me. I feel like less than a man if you get me to tell a fucking lie. I mean, I would be broken that day if one of you niggas I gotta lie to y'all. So I'm
sounds like this guest right here, this friend right here. What's up, Denison? What's up, man?
Yo. I have I live with congenital peer pressure and sensitivity, you know.
I was like, oh god, it's gonna be gross. He said congenital. I was like, okay, I see where you're
Peer
going now.
pressure and sensitivity.
I said
Hey, what are
congenital
you
peer
even
pressure
saying
and
with that?
sensitivity.
Congenital peer pressure and sensitivity.
So let it ruminate.
Yeah, Dan's immune to that shit, bro. He's immune to that shit.
But you must have taken you must have had an inoculation of it, right? Dennison, you just don't. You're not born like that, are you?
Yes.
I think I was born that way.
He is a mutant of some sort.
Way.
High-powered mutant.
Oh, natural.
I don't believe in nature versus nurture. I think it's a feedback loop. So I think who my mother was and who I am and what my youth was like and the genetic soup that's involved in both of those, factors, it's all
nature.
inevitability. Yeah, it's all the same thing. Yeah.
He's getting all Matthew McConaughey with me with that movie. What was it called? We went to space.
Yeah.
Interstellar.
Interstellar. He's getting Interstellar with me, right? Because he said it's a feedback. Because he not only did he mention his mother, but then he mentioned what's going on now and everything else currently. It is when you look at being a human, bro. This is some weird shit, man.
Yeah,
some weird shit going on.
It's because you experience yourself subjectively. I think is the biggest part of the problem, right? So you go. Most people go their whole lives believing they're the author of their own destiny. They have free will, and that they're the hero and the main character in their own story.
I'm still there. I'm still that dude.
I'm still free will.
And, God bless you. God bless you for it. I hope you die that way.
Yes.
I can't.
You'd be wrong, but
look, everything's predestined. You're telling me God predestined everything?
No, I don't know if that's his shit. I think I don't want to talk for you.
Well, that's the argument. That's the binary thinking. Whenever you bring up free will, it's either free will or predeterminism. People don't see how.
What is it? Wait a minute. What's your worldview?
It doesn't have to be anything.
Either one. He's trying to bypass that.
It doesn't have to be either one.
That's what we've been trying to do the last couple of weeks on this broadcast.
Let me encapsulate.
I tried to broadcast.
I think I understand it. I think Dan's is that you are a victim of all the things that happened before you because you watched cartoons. That's why you bought that fucking candy drink 20 years later because you used to watch Scooby-Doo when you were a fucking kid and subconsciously or whatever. All the things because this guy was mean to you, it made you nice. A circumstance makes you do everything you do.
Acknowledging and accepting that too is also the fastest way to not drinking that drink.
So that's why I bought
James.
It just happened because I watched Avatar when I was younger. That's why I bought.
That's not the only reason, but it's a mitigating factor for sure.
Well, I mean, sure, I could see how that could be. I mean,
Whether or not your parents read,
I also chose to buy these. I didn't have to buy these.
Whether or not your parents read to you between the ages of 6 months and 18 months is going to be more determinative of your academic achievements than anything you think you've ever accomplished yourself.
Really?
But I think, Dan, you're saying that because your mom taught you that, you could never accomplish anything for yourself. It's all because of someone else or something that happened to you.
No, because that would suggest it's immutable, and I don't believe that.
Okay.
You believe it's immutable?
I would say acceptance that you're not the primary mover of all things is the shortest path to being able to change the outcome.
Yes, okay. I think at some point you must understand that, oh, fuck, I'm still dealing with trauma from my childhood. And now that set you on the path to change that. Or fucking the only reason I said that is because my neighborhood says that shit. Better safe than sorry. God damn it, I gotta rethink every fucking thing. Is that true? Better safe than sorry. Once you acknowledge something, then you can examine it.
And change is conditional, behavioral, contextual, and it's not just I've decided to change, and I am a superhero.
But you believe people can change though if they recognize these shortcomings themselves.
Because you accept what it is really that will change you. Which is not necessarily your will.
What do you
well,
mean?
your behavior, your company.
Oh, okay. So it's not. Well, it is you though, is it not? Freely, because you choose your company and who you hang around, right?
Do you?
What do you mean? Do you? What? Whoa!
That's saying that.
Do you?
Donald Cheadle say when you become.
Say it one more time. Do you?
Do you?
When you become.
You think that's air you're breathing?
What am I breathing then? What's this that I'm taking in?
Don Cheadle, I think, would disagree with you. He says when you become a man, you cast your life.
Not O2. I ain't taking O2.
Well, this is.
Meaning you pick what friends you hang around. Like when I call you Cat and Guru them and we have a backstage, I am casting my life. I am casting my friends. I didn't choose to meet you, that's for sure.
And see, Jerry, we've been over this. You got to do both. Jung says you discover yourself that the meaning of life and the reward of a lifetime is to find out who you really truly are. And Nietzsche says,
I like that.
You must mold the man that you're to be.
I would agree with both.
You must mold the man you.
It's a little from column A and a little from column B.
I go for that.
You got to do both, Jerry.
If you're the mold the man you're to be, then that's not like free will.
That was somebody's husband. Where did I hear that from?
I think
It's from Rick and Morty, where they're trying to teach him how to golf. And they're like, okay, now relax your shoulders, bend your knees. Which is it? Do I relax my shoulders or bend my knees? Well, you got to do both.
It's a compound action to get another.
Jerry's the most copium character on, I think, in animation history. Look at this. New Gruder with a comment. Free will in that context would be a copium story one tells themselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've built an entire society off of that copium.
Boy,
that's very fragile.
No. Actually, most of society, I would argue, does not believe in free will. I would argue most of society believes in predeterminism.
I'm so sorry.
Because Christianity has pushed predeterminism.
Is that Miss Cass?
A lot.
That's Miss Cat. That's buddy. Didn't you say, Dennison, that and Nietzsche and all of them say that you're molding yourself? Is that proof of my own agency in some form, fashion, or capacity?
We've been over this, Jerry. You got to do both.
Oh my God.
Okay, so if I do both, then I am doing both. And I am expressing some type of free will when I decide, you know what,
Yeah, the only thing is the I in that scenario is experiencing everything subjectively.
Subjectively?
Yeah, because what is the I? You don't know what the I is. Really.
The I is the afterthought. It's the echo, the image that Joe creates in order to believe he's a self.
But I am, because I make the shit happen, man. I
mean, if you say so. If you say so, brother.
So wait a minute, you live in God, right?
Brother.
Keep on keeping on with your badass godlike self.
Listen,
Dennis, do you believe in God, or no?
I think he's talking to you.
What?
No, I think his name's Dennison, right?
I believe in God, but God's man-made.
God is man-made, but you believe in God. That doesn't make any sense. But okay.
Why does that make any sense? Wait, unpack that. You can't just get away with that.
Whoever sees. He believes in God, so why believe in man-made?
Religious motherfucker thinks that God.
He's a man made everything you can think of, right?
Not if you believe in God. God.
Do you believe in Philip? I believe in King Philip.
On the panel right there?
Hell yeah. Amazing conversation you guys are having.
I'm just saying, I believe Philip is also man-made. Sorry, go ahead, Phil.
No, this is an amazing conversation you guys are having. It's kind of awesome. I'm actually kind of confused because I can't determine. We have will, right? That's a real thing.
I think so.
Right.
I believe so.
So if you,
it's just not free and independent.
Well, if you choose to side with religion, you give up your will to that religion or that choice. But it's a free choice to choose.
So I would say, what's your definition of free?
Choice.
I don't know. In some cases,
Well, then that's circular. Then I can't argue against you. If every choice is inherently free, then yes, you win semantically.
To fit your thing here, Philip, what if I was born into a Christian family, mom took me to church every day, here I am 30 years old and think I chose Christianity, and someone could argue that, Joe, you didn't really choose it.
Okay.
Just in that, so that if you choose to follow God, that shows free will, and not all instances is what I was trying to point out.
Well, I mean, you asked a really broad question. I would think there'd be more like a leading questions to find out that person's history and not reasons behind that, other than my mom followed it. If their little answer was, well, my mom did it, then yes, I would assume that they don't have any free will.
No,
They
didn't say that part, Philip. I said it's because of their mom. They're saying I chose Christianity because it's the smartest thing. God is real and all of that shit. And I'm saying someone would have an argument, in this case me, that you're only doing it because your family, you were born in that area. Like I thought I chose to be a vice lord, folk on a hustler. No, if I was born on the other side of the viaduct, I would have been a disciple thinking I chose that.
Well, what confuses me about your question is like from my understanding is as soon as you follow religion, you don't have free will. So you're asking somebody who doesn't have free will about free will. You know what I mean? Like
I do.
They gave up their choice when they said, "I'm going to follow somebody else's ideas."
They gave up a bunch of their choices. I guess they still have free will in other capacities. What they're going to have for dinner tonight, that may be free will. But I get your point.
I'm confused how you have free will.
This is my idea of like religion and free will. So you have the choice. Religion is a school, the school of how you do something, their way, right?
Yeah.
So you have the option of either going to that school or not.
Yeah.
And if you decide to go to that school, then you have to conform to what they're teaching, or you're not going to that school.
Yeah. Once you're of age, I guess, and you did that shit Dennison said, once you recognize shit, then you're making a decision to stay at that school or leave that school or whatever. So we're going to discount the guy who was just born in a Christian family. That's all he knows. And he gets a little older and he thinks, you know what, this is the way to go. Because I'd argue him all day that you didn't really have a choice in that fucking matter. So let's get him out of there.
My question to you, Joe, is when do you think free will starts as a human being? Because, like, for example, as a kid, you don't really have free will.
Yes, we're in agreement on that shit, right? So I think it really
Why not?
I mean, wait a minute. Why not? Why don't you have free will as a kid? Because you can choose to do something.
Well,
it doesn't mean it's going to be seen as right by your parents or by society, but
Justin, I think in a sense that you are a victim of more things than you could ever know as a child. You are still being reactionary. Everything you do, you're still being reactionary. Well, don't hang on a word.
That's correct.
That words have meaning, sir.
Oh my God! Don't be soft.
That's correct, but you're
the meaning of what I'm trying to say.
Don't be soft.
It's also true when you're an adult.
Oh my God! I'm not a victim. You fucking feeling guilt over that, nigga?
I'm not using the word. I'm not the one using the word victim, though. You are, Joe.
I should be able to use it without some soft ass nigga fucking making it a 10-minute conversation. I just mean that you are a result of all the things trauma. Oh, don't call it trauma, right? Any word I use now I fucking fearful.
Just say whatever you feel, bro. I'll punk anyone that says otherwise. Go ahead. I got you.
I don't want to say otherwise.
You, as a kid, you're still you have no idea that all the reason is because your dad's domineering and all of that shit. You would never have no fucking idea when you're still a child about those things.
Yeah.
The older you get, and I would say I had a buddy say you don't even start to become a man till you're 35. I would say fucking 45, 50 before you start to actually grow up.
So free will is basically the illusion you're no longer a child. That's what it sounds like.
I like the one you said, when you recognize that you are a victim of, I don't want to push any buttons, of just circumstances and all the things. And then you actively start trying to bend and mold yourself in a direction that you see as worthy. Like, for instance, I sold dope all my life. I was a victim of all this bullshit. I thought gangs and dope was the way to go. And then at some point, in my whatever, I started thinking, you know, I'd like to be an honorable dude. I like to do this and that, whatever. And this comes with too many things that keeps me from being my honorable self, you know. And now, you know, these things I would say that, you know, once I get, like now, I'm very fucking well aware. You know, like a couple years ago, a few years, when I first come into here, somebody hop on panel, call me the hard ER, and I rip them apart. You know, and now, you know, I'm choosing to be a better person, not let people trigger me. I've been doing that path. I think those are my choices.
You're less of a prisoner.
Yeah,
I
prisoner.
wouldn't use
Why
that.
you gonna say prisoner, bro? That's bogus.
I wouldn't call yourself free.
I'm kidding.
Because you are. You're restrained by.
Yes.
You know, the reality that you don't actually have freedom, or can you freely exercise your will?
Yeah.
Can you highlight Kat's comment at 8:41?
Yeah. I thought when I was voting back when I was younger that it was free will.
See, this is the beginning of truth. And once you realize why you can't fly, then you understand how you don't have free will.
I think
Wait a
that's
minute,
nonsense.
just because you can't fly, how does that denote that you don't
Yeah,
have free
please
will?
explain that one, Dan. If I had free will, I should be able to bring the moon to me with a thought.
If you want to.
If you want it.
Huh? Wait a minute, how does that denote free will?
What they got to do with free will?
It means that you can exert your will freely, independently, without constraint, or without being confined by your environment or the circumstances. That's what freedom means.
No, free will. I'm thinking through you not being confined by the environment. I'm not sure that has to do with free will. I guess in some capacity.
By anything, any restriction on your ability to exert your will makes it inherently less free. That's the definition of free. Now, you can define free will some other way, and we can have that conversation. For example, Philip called it choice. Well, of course you have choice.
No, let's stay with free will because I want to understand your definition of it. My definition of free will has nothing to do with supernatural comic book powers. I have the free will to be Superman and blow out the sun.
Just
That's
the fact that there's
free will.
just the fact that it's supernatural, already you're admitting there's no such thing as free will.
Okay,
You're
so
already
you say
constrained by nature's rules.
That might be better said. I'm constrained by nature's will, therefore rules. Therefore, I have no free will.
And if you truly open yourself to this statement Kat is making, this is where it started for me as well.
Well,
If you truly open yourself to that meaning, and you really are honest with yourself about your current situation, you can see that you are not free.
Well, wait a minute. So then, what if everything has free will though? Nature, you, everything. Wouldn't it not entail that everyone having free will, that essentially what other people do will influence how much you can assert your free will, though you still have free will?
It seems like
So then you inherently don't.
Well, then inherently, what do you have though?
The only thing I could say to that is like there must be some type of restrictor plate on your free will in this realm, and maybe this is what people believe the hereafter is. You get the restrictor plate release, but in terms of here on Earth, though, no, you don't truly have free will because free will you be able to do whatever you want.
Yeah, the believers in free will like to conflate it with the word ability or the word choice, and then why have the word free? Then leave it out. Just say you have ability and choice. If you said you had will, I wouldn't argue with you.
Well, it's the same way there. What does Schopenhauer say about what is will? Because he writes a lot about that. What is will?
What is will?
The will to survive, right? Isn't that what he's talking about?
Well, I mean, the word will has like 20 different definitions. I think in this context, it's a desire. Mm-hmm. And then in the context of free will, it's your ability to exert your desire upon the environment. Right? So if you will something, you can make it happen. You can manifest it.
Yeah.
So you
Suicide
believe
will.
you have a will, but not free will.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what the ego projected entity that you refer to as I desires is not up to you to begin with. So you've already lost. And then once you desire it, now your ability to actually manifest it in the universe is also constrained by every single fucking factor you can possibly imagine. So the freedom is like, if it exists, we're talking about infinitesimal amounts of irrelevant freedom.
We
So
got
you don't believe in the I.
We
You
got
don't believe in yourself.
a definition problem. At least I have a definition problem of what we're talking
I
about.
believe in it the same way I believe in God. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Thanks.
It's man-made. Oh, okay.
I think that free will is just the opposite of predetermined. That's all. When I talk free will, and I think most people, when they say free will, they mean the opposite of something that was predetermined, usually by some God in some form. I think that's all free will is, by my definition.
I mean, that's an extremely boring conversation. Why would not anybody argue that for hours on a panel, whether or not you have choice? See, like Arctic Timberwolf is saying, he said exactly what I said. Freedom is just being able to choose things. No, it isn't. We wouldn't have been debating whether or not we have free will for thousands of years if it were simply whether or not you can choose things. Everybody agrees you can choose things. Nobody would argue against that.
Then? What for all these thousands of years? What's the crux of it? In
Whether or not you yourself independently have freedom of will.
I asked Denison a question real quick because I've been freaking pondering about what he said. Do you mind?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Denison, how did you guys come up with this concept? Because this is beyond me. That will is something that's outside the laws of nature. Because being able to, like, for example, fly, I can't do that because that breaks the laws of nature. But what doesn't break the laws of nature in your way of thinking is I can think and imagine. My imagination can put wings on my arms, and I can imagine I'm flying. In the same way, you're breaking the laws of nature of free will, the concept. So technically, I can imagine with my brain that I am flying with wings. And that's a free will right there. So I don't understand exactly your question. Like, I can imagine it.
I'm gonna tell you why I don't believe in free will. Your imagination in this case could exceed the capacity of nature. I put the thought of you imagining flying in your head just now with the conversation we were having. It sprung into your head from nowhere.
Yeah, but
the thing you think is Phil did not choose what that thought was that came up in your head. And if you don't believe me, look for it. That's all I would suggest to anyone who believes in free will. Go looking for your free will, and if you find it, come back to me and tell me how to do it, because I'm curious.
You don't have the same definition as free will as 98% of the world.
No, not 98% of the world. Maybe 9% of 8% of the panelverse. But philosophers who are arguing over free will are arguing over the very thing I'm talking about. Whether or not you can independently and without restraint exercise your will.
No. I think you took it a step further. I think the philosophers, and you show me outside of the philosophers that still use the laws of nature or slightly outside of nature. Please show me the philosophical conversation where it's saying free will means you're God and Superman combined. Show me that conversation that most people are having.
Planes, anyone? I can fly with a plane.
That was outstanding, Joe. You're way better at speaking than I am.
I don't understand the point.
Nah.
I gave it a shot.
Usually, Joe, cool. When somebody says that, then you clarify. But I'm trying to figure it out too. Say it again, please.
Yes. By Denison's stringent definition of free will, seems to be able. It seems to be synonymous with I am Superman and God and can do everything at the same time. This is the definition of free will. I don't
It's
think
just
other
the
people agree with that.
it's just the extreme example so that you can extrapolate backward and realize how you aren't even really free to choose what you want for breakfast. You just have to think about it long enough. The inherent truth in what Kat said goes backward through your ability to exert your free will. All it is a very extreme, over-the-top example to get you to think in a certain way of thinking. And then you can see how it applies to all of your choices, even the ones where you're like whether or not you want a Supra or a Tesla.
Because it's like he's talking about this is like true free will, whereas maybe we're using free will colloquially. Is that the word? Colloquially?
I choose stuff and I feel like I did it, and then I take the responsibility for it, and I brag about it, or I feel bad about it, or I feel sad about it. Yeah. I just really quick, I typed in what is free will into the internet, and it said free will is the capacity to make decisions or perform actions independently of any prior event or state of the universe. That's my argument.
And how did you come up with this idea? Because like Joe said, it's not the average idea that free will is beyond the laws of nature.
I never said it was. This is where I'm confused. I don't get that question. I don't think free will is beyond the laws of nature. I think the laws of nature are another example of how your freedom is constrained by your environment. Actions that happened before, the current status, the current environment, all controls whether or not you're aware of something to begin with, never mind whether or not you can choose it, and then if you can even implement it, which would be your will. So there's just not a lot of freedom going on here.
I just Googled it myself, and it said free will is the idea that humans have the ability to make choices and control their actions rather than being predetermined by an external force or internal causes. I think that goes along
there you go. That works too.
I would say that, but
no, because you said independent of external forces or internal causes. That's the part that you're not admitting to. You're admitting to the first half. You can choose all day long. What you're not admitting to is that your choices are constrained by external forces and internal causes. And they are.
Predetermined.
In my opinion.
No. Okay, in your opinion. Rather than being predetermined. I literally use that word to say what the battle of free will. Some people think it's predetermined, and some people think it is not. Predetermined, as you say, by external forces and internal causes. I still think that is exactly what most people think free will is, as opposed to
it's perfectly compatible with my argument.
No,
I agree.
With it too.
This is
and you can't. You think you can, and I think you can't. So
it happens.
Let's work this into the conversation. El Perro said, nature has laws and one has free will to poke a bear. Simple. Freedom just like the bear. Any thoughts?
Yeah. Again, freedom is being used as the word ability. It's completely conflated with the word ability, and therefore, why call it freedom? Just call it ability. Do humans have ability? Yes.
I think that you're simplifying the argument. I don't think you're going to change, but I think just your words simplify the argument. I think we've already established that there is a certain amount of predetermination to everyone, and you're a victim of your circumstances and all of that shit. But at some point, when you reach an awareness, you can mold shit, move it left, move it right.
You will never reach a level of awareness that will exceed your restriction as a human being. You're always going to be far more influenced by things that you will never even think of.
Yes.
Unless you achieve some kind of state of enlightenment that none of us have.
I think that I think a lot of us have achieved that state of enlightenment.
Well, good luck with that, sir. Again, if you'd like to share your notes, I'm curious.
I'm doing it right now, and you're fucking interrupting
but that's
for no reason.
But that's just it. You're gonna say you're doing it right now because you made a choice.
No, I'm doing it right now, meaning I was about to share my notes with you and tell you again.
Oh, okay.
What I think go
ahead, Joe.
I'm using the free will shit. Shit, I forgot your question.
Dennison,
how do we get there?
To free will. I thought okay.
How do I get free will? I would like it.
Very good. What you have to do is you have to make a choice right now. Knowing all the things you know as an adult, you have to make a decision. You have to make a choice. Let's say that choice is financial.
Yo, what's up, Reslo? Reslo in the building.
Yo, Reslo.
Yo, Reslo.
Oh,
speaking on some copium and free will.
Yeah, all
Go
the
ahead.
jokes just popped in my head, right?
This is all pure copium, by the way. No offense, right? I don't know the James Life guy, but everybody else I respect up here. We've had many conversations. But y'all are thoroughly like you're sharing the copium. You're hotboxing yourselves in a copium room right now.
Nigga said hotboxing copium. What the fuck?
Copium.
I got
Oh
results,
my god.
This is not copium at all.
I think I got results. I'm sorry, somebody was talking.
Is creative imagination free will?
It is probably the closest thing to it.
Yeah,
right.
I was like
Your imagination is way more powerful than your will. But again, there is predetermined elements to it, and it has limits.
Yeah. What about like people who create things that have never created before? I can't. that's where I'm getting puzzled. Like artists or like people like created The Hobbit. The guy created a whole world for an imaginary people that he couldn't reference from. Like
Well, I don't know about that. I think every single element of his creation can be referenced to experiences that he had. 100%.
Did he come up with all his stuff?
Yeah, is none of it colored by him, Dennison? Is none of it
has to be it.
Does a prism have free will?
It's a prism.
No, free will is inanimate. Inanimate. I don't think it has.
Prism is an inanimate object. So.
Yeah, like I wouldn't suggest that there's no transmutation once the subjective human experience is involved. I would not don't like people throwing around that word freedom, like because they're just whatever word they want free will to be, that's what they conflate freedom with. Whether it be ability, choice, spirituality, morality, right? Even doing the right thing, they like to call free will.
Is it because you see you hold freedoms as such a valuable standard that you don't want people loosely use that word?
Yeah, absolutely. That's part of it. Yeah. Especially in America, where freedom is a bumper sticker, and so many people walk around like slaves and zombies, and they brag and write songs about how free they are.
So, kind of saying you also don't believe in rights. I can assume that.
Definitely not.
Oh, you don't believe in rights? Okay. You're like Andrew Wilson. There's rights.
No, he's like Andrew Dennison.
Andrew Dennison.
Yeah. Well, shout out to the Oracle Alexander. What'd she say about what's his author's name? This Russian author,
Dostoevsky.
Yeah, thank you. Dostoevsky wrote many works on this subject. Is he the one that wrote Crime and Punishment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you talking about Fatty's comment?
No. Ashima. I can't find it right now. Okay. Ashima. Where's that? Oh, here it is. Dostoevsky wrote a lot of good stuff on the struggle of how much free will we truly have at the end of the day, which I still came to the conclusion or that we don't have much, right?
All right. If it was Dostoevsky.
In those works.
You got to get to that end of the day. It's a real kicker. And then once you get there, go looking for your free will, which is what I did. So first, I believed in free will because I'm a normal human being, right? It seems like you have it. It seems like you're the one making your decisions and you're totally real. Then the science came out and proved that to be hogwash. And not wanting to accept the science, I did the experiment for myself. I went looking for my free will through meditation, through introspection. Could not find it. I could not find a single decision-making process anywhere in there. It's almost like I'm on the other side of the screen waiting for the printout.
Wait a minute. If I didn't have free will, then why do I have a hard time with going along with traditional religion? Then
why do you have a hard time? Why not choose to go along with it?
Well, I mean, I'm closer to Judaism than I am anything
Shadow
from
Blue.
traditional religion. If you could say that's well, it depends on how
By
you define it.
choice or by nature?
What do you mean by choice or by nature? How do you mean?
Do you want to be
Probably
more
by
Jewish, or do you already align with it more naturally?
well, I don't know if I really align with it more naturally. I guess I would want to be more Jewish.
Well, I mean, just choose and make yourself more Jewish.
I mean, then again, it could be natural. Who knows? I could be Jewish by my more natural means. Who knows? Who I could be Jewish if I look far back enough in my bloodline. Who knows?
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is it's difficult and challenging, and it could be scary.
Mm-hmm.
But once you let go of this idea of like freedom without consequences, it doesn't take long before you're perfectly okay with it. It's not that much of an existential crisis.
I don't know. I don't know if I could believe in anything that ain't free will. I just don't see how.
What do you think about Aleister Crowley's whole thing about the Aeon, this doeth thy will? That's up in the sense because what you're speaking on seems like it's against it totally. That type of thinking.
Yeah, if you got free
Hogwash.
will, you do as thou will, and that free will.
I'm perfectly okay with people acting on their predetermined, desires and
how do you,
what's the word I'm looking for? Influences.
Programming.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna go here. It's pretty deep, but how do you explain people that self-delete then?
Good question.
Were they already destined to delete themselves?
I think environment is probably clearly more impactful on that decision than free will. I think if you had free will, you could just make yourself happy. You could just choose to be fulfilled.
Snap your fingers and that's it. Not even snap your fingers.
No.
Okay.
You don't snap your fingers. It takes time.
That's not even. That's what I said.
Thank you. No, thank you. This brings up a great point.
Wait.
So there are, we'll say there's one person that unalives himself in that city, but guess what? There's 10,000 other people who didn't. So it wasn't the environment. It was that person's choice, their free will to do that because everybody's in that same environment.
I don't think so. I think people usually that act comes over like very interpersonal types of relationships. So like not I think the underlying malaise and the lack of resources and the lack of positive outlets is definitely a part of society, but the motivations for the individual come from like job, wife, kids, bank account.
Yeah, but what happens to when those individuals have people that they can reach out to? They have the resources. Well, what are you saying then that they didn't make a choice to go through with that?
So when two people's wills combine, that's a whole nother set of math.
Okay, let's assume the guy chose on his own. He was going to self-delete, life is shitty and all of those things, and he decided, I'm going to be happy. He did it on his own, not overnight. He's not fucking God, but he decided to do little things. He went and got a book, what do happy motherfuckers do? And he slowly became a happy motherfucker, a couple of years later. He's so far away from that. It would seem to me that he exercised his free will in that. And you, I'm guessing you're saying, no, it was not.
Well, it's just not free will the way people like to define it on these panels and in the chat. I would say that if you have the type of character to face that type of trauma and come out with the attitude that you're going to read a book instead of pew-pew,
right?
That kind of stuff is baked in somewhere. It didn't just come out of the ether. It comes from previous experiences, programming, education, family, society. All of these influences are way more powerful. They make up way more of the math of the final equation than whatever it is you think your choice is.
Is it 100% of the math or no? Not way more of the math. Is that what makes up 100% of the math? Is the person?
I would never make that claim.
But
Only Siths deal in absolutes.
But what if the person had the pre-programming to not? They were told not to self-delete because they were told that it was a sin, it was wicked, because they
I
were
heard that.
raised Christian, right?
Okay.
In the case of my friend, he
that.
was raised Christian, but
Mhm.
yet he chose to self-delete himself. How do you explain that? He chose
I'm
to
not,
do that. It was
I'm not an
programmed to
expert
do the
on.
opposite.
I'm not an expert in this area, but I would put myself on a limb and guess that self deletion is actually very genetic.
Very genetic.
Absolutely.
To what?
Yeah, and I would assume he wasn't as Christian as he thought, and he should not have put that money on. I shouldn't make fun of your friend. Something in life became more real than his belief in God, and and his, he wasn't Christian enough.
Yeah, in terms of genetics, like for example, like on my wife's side, my son's mom, her grandfather ended up deleting himself when the KMT Chinese government came to Taiwan and they took his land, so he ended up killing himself. And then it's interesting. Like fast forward to years later, her older brother during high school was going through the downers, very depressed, and he had those thoughts very strong. So we talked about it before. So, and I've heard other people in generations of family have had this self deletion.
It seems logical.
Program in them.
It seems extremely logical to me. I wish the math and science just made it clear
Mhm.
to everyone. We think that only physical traits can be passed down genetically. That's not even logical. If that door is open, then there are many things that are passed down genetically. We're just not smart enough to figure out predispositions and all of that.
Well,
There's just so many things you can't even measure nowadays. Like science is amazing and great, but come on, man. So we don't even know how we open our hand and close. If you
But
really
free
think
will
about
is
it.
the claim that you're aware of all of them, you've measured all of them, and you can master all of them.
No, free
I
will
don't
is the
believe
claim
that.
that you've done one or two. That's still free will. Still fits the definition.
Is that what?
I said it still fits the definition. I don't have to do will and master all. If I do a small thing here and there, that can still fit the definition of free will.
But when you put free into something, I think we already went over this. It means all encompassing to me.
And no, it
when you say
it
free,
means unrestricted.
It means not predetermined.
Free.
Shima Alexander, the Oracle, she said limited free will. I like that term, kind of.
He's one.
It seems like you're trying to smuggle in a mind where it's not necessary. Your genetics can predetermine things.
Yes, well, it's not necessary, but I've seen evidence of. Seeing evidence of right now. My genetics could have predetermined me to be an alcoholic, like my granddad or something like that. Every time I choose to control my temper.
Holy shit.
That's me
My bad.
exercising my free will.
Shima.
It's not written in stone somewhere that Joe has to be a tyrant or has to do that. Hey, Ashima.
What's up, Oracle?
NPC been calling you Ashima all fucking night.
Ahimsa?
Ahimsa. I'm sorry about that.
Ahimsa,
That's probably why I say
yeah.
Oracle Alexander.
That's cool. I like Oracle. That's a good nickname.
Oracle. I appreciate the donation. I appreciate that. That was very kind of you earlier.
Oh yeah,
no
you're welcome.
problem, bro. No problem.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're monetized for YouTube. Yay! Today's the first day.
Nice.
Woo.
Yeah.
Wait, I was determined to donate to his show today.
In a way.
You've been generous before.
Here's what I would say. The social pressure. The social pressure for you to donate was far more determinative than the entity
Wait
Philip.
a minute. I've
That's
overcome
true.
a lot of social pressure
That's
before.
not true.
That's
I would
true.
say it's the heart that you've
How do you
cultivated
explain that,
all
sir?
of these years. It made you donate. That's what I would say. You were.
Yeah.
So all these years now
Guilt and
coming into
shame.
play all of a sudden? What
Guilt and
happened to
shame.
that independent free will?
Yeah. Let me say Happy Mother's Day to the Oracle. Appreciate
Oh,
you.
thank you. I felt called to come up after your last part.
Did
of the
you bring
discussion.
cookies?
No. Not for you, Denizen.
Hey, they gotta be
I'm
chocolate
kidding. I'm
cookies.
kidding. I love
They gotta
Denizen.
be
He's
chocolate
cool.
cookies. I love chocolate cookies.
No, but
Okay.
your discussion about self-deletion, I mean, it just really hit home because the last 2 hours I found out one of my kids' friends at school self-deleted tonight. It's like
Oh
the day
no.
before Mother's Day, and it's
Damn.
horrific. And
I'm
I'm just
sorry about
thinking
that.
about free will and like Christian and all of that and self-determinism. And honestly, it was a matter of bullying and it was a lot. It's the culture here where I live.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually was talking at Cynthia's the other day with Joe about that, about the hellfire and brimstone culture and stuff and how much guilt and shame weighs down people and it creates more bullies than but I have looked at different areas of the country in the US and there are certain regions that have higher self-deletion rates with the teenagers. And so in that regard, I don't think it's
Mm-hmm.
genetic, but cultural impacts. And so I don't think the kid was obviously free. They had a ton of hormones and stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I was
So,
like, huh.
Hazeman, where do you come down on free will? And I understand that the definition's been all over the place tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm more like Dostoevsky where it's very limited because we are all impacted by the various things that are happening around us, as well as our family upbringing and how we cope with problems, how we see ourselves, as well as what is our support system,
So it sounds like you're saying, even though you're not saying this, that you agree because you said it's mostly, not it's all.
It's
You
mostly
agree?
very limited free will. There is a certain I think for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's thermodynamics laws and physics, but I don't necessarily agree that we have absolute freedom. I don't believe that that's even possible. We live under the laws of this earth with just physics and stuff, so we don't have that much freedom, though it is valued. I don't know why it is so extremely valued.
It's
I
from
think that
God.
I think that
Freedom?
I think
Because of
it's
The
our
desire.
because of crime and punishment.
I never
yeah.
read it.
Yeah, it's just like, but even then, when you look at the crime and punishment, I don't know. I mean, the
It's how we
laws.
operate a society.
Yeah.
It's through incentives. So
Yeah.
people really believe, and what I found through these discussions is people are kind of afraid of what would happen if people weren't held responsible for their actions. And that is part of why they want to hold on to free will.
Okay.
But really, deep down in places they don't like to talk about at parties, the real reason they don't want to give it up is because of their accomplishments. Not because they're
want to be able
worried
to
about a
brag.
chaotic, they can't
Uh-huh.
say, this is my house, my wife, my
Yeah.
job, my paycheck, my
Right.
children.
Right.
My
And
When
what
I-
would you
flex.
say then?
When
If
I
it's
think of free
That's
will, I think
egoism.
it's
mine,
small.
my stuff that I
but
built, then what would you say it is then?
I use the same terminology as you. I'm just slightly aware of the fact that, like, again, my mom reading to me has way more to do with my accomplishments than my free will.
Good answer,
So,
especially right
so
before Mother's Day.
you're saying that
Yeah, shout out to Mama Dennison.
you're saying that you're that ultimately your wife has already determined who you're gonna marry based on that, like, and stuff. How this is already determined.
That's the person.
Yeah, like the kind of woman you're going to be attracted to is way more influenced by the opposing sex parent than it is
Yeah.
by like choices you're making freely, independently in the moment. Again, don't conflate it with the word ability or choice or preference. I'm talking about freely, that you get to freely choose,
As we say,
without any
default. I like to say default on default. Yeah. Yeah.
So, Dennison,
That's
I
what I mean.
appreciate you entertaining all our hypotheticals because we're throwing everything we can at you. But what do you do?
Understand
What do you
I'm
call,
trying to get the kitchen sink off the wall.
yeah, what do you call somebody who is in complete negative? Like everything that you can think of. Like the best circumstance I can think of is someone during World War II being held by Germans, right?
Okay.
But being selfless. There are stories of people in those camps that gave up their extra bread. No, not extra bread, their only bread.
Yeah.
Who gave up their spot. Who gave up things. In the
Maximilian
complete
Kolbe.
That's like a complete opposite of like, like I shouldn't do that. That's like I shouldn't do that. So in this, like, to me, this is where, like, this is why I'm a Christian, because some people break that will to act like a feral person. I don't know. It's to be divine in a situation where you shouldn't.
I said
Well, it's what we consider divine. So, and I think that also it comes from evolution. Like Judeo-Christianity is an evolution of built-in human morality. Because of the consequences of our existence here, cooperation equals survival, and otherwise we would have not survived.
So motherfucker made
It's
some
built in.
stories.
It's built into us inherently, and as you were about to say, we create narratives around it, right? And then those narratives evolve over time,
Right.
and so your predilection or instinct to be giving is not free. It's still part of your pre-programming.
So why is everybody not got this same programming of being generous and stuff and being law abiding? Why is certain people don't? If it's just innately in us.
Most people do, and I think that as far as human beings go, there is variety in all of the things we think are immutable, in as much abundance as in the things we admit are genetic. So, like, just like there can be so many different skin colors, eye colors, hair colors, this is the same variety that psychology comes in, and intellectual ability is just as diverse as anything else.
Yeah, but you're saying morality is implanted in us, though. Like it's something intrinsic.
And it's not
No.
intellectually correlated. I mean, intellectually correlated is not morally correlated.
There's some instinctual bases for morality.
It's not intellectually
instinctual.
based, though.
Yeah.
Like fairness. Like,
wait, you say it's not intellectually based, Hazel?
Yes, I don't see that as intellectually based. Like the higher your IQ per se does not necessarily mean your morality or your propensity for making correct
intellectual in that way. But it is wise. Everything that you reach morality wise, or that you may attribute to morals and spirituality, I think it's logical to get there by nature as well.
Well, I agree with you. I'm just saying insofar as IQ and empathy, they're not correlated. In fact,
I don't know about
might be
IQ. Empathy, yes.
I wouldn't even be so sure that empathy and morality are correlated.
Okay, empathy, sympathy, morality, they kind of all go together. They're based on man's propensity for emotions and feelings, such as the first time the baby cries, the mother knows that's something in classical education. The emotions come before the intellect. You're able to articulate crying before you're able to articulate words. So the morality and the ethicality of our society is built upon shared emotions, shared emotional responses, and stuff like that. So
when it comes intersects with a high IQ, though,
when it intersects, it can produce genius philosophers, but they're more rare. It could also produce serial killers that never get caught. So I don't see like a correlate between intellectualism and the ability to think very big thoughts and an ability to have higher morals and ethics for society.
Do you think in terms of religion? Because I've heard people the last week say that the only way that only people who have morals are Christians.
I don't think that's true.
I don't think that is true either.
I love to argue that shit.
I think this is why
they're failing.
This is why Buddha said this. He said Buddhism came before Christianity, has a long list of morals and virtues.
I love it.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Christianity does a lot of my morals and virtues came from me being raised Catholic, Christian.
But none of that shit would come from Christianity, though, because before there was such a thing as Christianity, there was still Moses and the Bible and all of that.
Yeah, Moses.
And Moses borrowed his story from the previous culture. He went to school. Those 10 Commandments, I know you hate to hear that shit, but those 10 Commandments, Moses went to school with other niggas who read. It's like 60 of those motherfuckers, and he chose 10 of them.
But even before them, if we go down to what the Oracle is saying, babies even, do you think they have some type of moral and virtuous framework innate to them even?
Of course, if it's in us, it would pass through our DNA the same way, you know, a lot of those other things we talked about.
Well, I mean, I think that's something interesting to study is the social anthropological effect on people. Like, I think it's Alice Miller did some work on Germany World War II, and the way that mothers raise their children impacts the society greatly. And so you'd see in pre-World War II Germany, there's a great deal of shaming and outcasting and looking externally. Like infanticide was very high in the 1800s. You know, there weren't many children that lived. We don't talk about those things, but that's true. There were plenty of mothers that deleted their children. And so when you're raised in a culture where you are just a choice and just a lucky one who watched their sibling not be lucky at the hands of the mother, then the way that impacts an entire thinking and feeling of a culture creates what you saw. Then they turned it outwards towards the Jews, but before it was the Jews, it was someone else within the family hierarchy, because that was more the cultural norms, because Germany's right there in the middle of Europe being fought over for centuries. So it was a hostile upbringing that they had. So
now that's curious. I'm curious if there's been any studies in China, because during the great, as they call it, the Great Leap Forward, which was where millions of people were killed by Mao and the communists, like mothers had to sacrifice their kid, and they literally, some families had to eat the dead bodies, you know, and they had to choose who was weak and who was strong. And if you go to China, mainland China, which I've been, like you can see how the way mothers raise their children over the years affects how majority of people act. And I'm not saying all the people, but there's a lot of rudeness and pushiness in that culture that's accepted, and the cutthroatness too. You know what I'm saying? So
morality, philosophy, ethics, all of those are luxury items that when your survival is threatened, you don't have the luxury of making that. You're trying to keep your gene pool alive as best you can.
These all go in my no free will column, by the way.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, this is why
I'm
I
about
said
to
you
head
can
out.
get that by nature.
I'm about to head out, but I have one question for these non-free willers. And before I go, I just want to say thank you to NPC the game. Thank you to the mothers out there. We can't do this without you. You do a great show. Congratulations on being monetized. And it seems like the non-free willers are putting a blanket statement on something when scientifically you can't do that. You can't say 100% of something in science. There's no statistic out there that's 100% this. I think there are going to be some variables where people they show free will, because there's no study out there. There's a 100% ratio.
What ratio would qualify as free for you?
Well,
is 2% enough?
That's a wrench right there. You know what I mean? Like, you can't say.
Does it have to be 51?
I'm okay with 2%. One example of free will. I'm okay with
2% is good enough for you?
Thank you.
Oh, he doesn't want to answer that.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Phil. All your support, man. You're the man.
All night.
Happy Mother's Day to your mom.
Trying to answer that one, Dennison.
We're just trying to see if
that was a softball. Are you kidding me?
1%.
I didn't even ask for a specific number. Like, does it have to be more than half? More than a quarter? Any at all?
Maybe you had to leave.
Has to be just at least one.
We do have limited free will. I mean, we do. We make choices, and those choices impact our other future choices. Just because you're raised in the same family and the same style doesn't mean the end result's going to be the same, because we make choices.
No freedom or will is inherent in any choice.
No freedom or will. Wow. Either one. Neither one.
You don't blame will or free.
What do you mean?
Just that no freedom or will is inherent in any choice.
He thinks all choices are just.
Well, you think we make that happen?
I did not make that claim, actually. I avoided making that claim by making the claim that I made.
What else?
Is that in order to make a choice, it does not require freedom or will. Simply stating choice does not smuggle in freedom or will.
Well, how does that even? How can you have choice without will, at least will, without the very least a will? How can you have a choice?
It's not a choice if you don't exert your will to some degree. What do you mean?
Yeah,
you don't even have to will a thing to choose it.
But you have to have a will in order to choose. I mean, because if you
No,
can't
you
choose, what would you call it then?
What are you talking about?
To choose, you have to have a will. So what else would you call it if you don't
prove
have
it?
a will?
Explain to me.
Are you talking about coercion?
Just walk me through well, sure, there's a great example. That was a good one. We could probably come up with a few others as well.
But all choices aren't necessarily coercion. Are you saying all choices are coercion?
No, I said what I wanted to say. That freedom and will are not inherent in choice.
Well, no, you're right, because coercion is a good example of.
Well, even coercion, you have a choice. You don't have to.
This is
go
my problem.
along with the coercion, you have a choice.
Not really.
This is my problem. This is my problem with people using the word choice interchangeably with free will.
I think you can use the word choice interchangeably with will, but you'd have to add another dimension with free will. And I think that would be predetermined.
People make choices without even being aware of them sometimes.
Predetermined is not going to go with free will.
You don't even need awareness to make a choice. Never mind will.
But I think will just means the desire to do something.
Right. You don't need to have a desire to choose something in order to choose it. People make unconscious choices all the time. They choose things that they don't desire all the time, and they choose things that go against their own will all the time.
Yeah, I would think that again, we're just looping at this point.
But they choose it.
Yeah, exactly.
They had a will
Joe,
to some extent.
you got
right?
it.
Well, you're trying to smuggle it back in. We just agreed that no, it doesn't require will.
Is James trying to
I just explained. I just explained why choices don't require will. How sometimes people make choices without any will whatsoever. I explained it. The panel kind of some of the panel said yup. And the rest of them you could almost hear them passively nod in agreement. And then you went right back to saying, how can you make a choice without will? I don't know what to tell you,
I'm the one
brother.
that's not going to agree, so I'm going to be the sender, I guess you could say, of this group. I'm not going to
just don't be this guy.
Get out of the street, you.
Just not going to fire.
Get out of the street, you fucking bum. You gave up on. You gave up on life, didn't you?
Just because you say something, though, I'm not just going to flat out agree with it.
Every man should rummage through the trash.
I have a will and I have a choice here. So
At some point in his
flat out
life.
agree with it.
All right.
Well, that's your free will not to
for a
agree.
while. Hopefully to get off of here. And Dennison, you might have to. You can kick in. But James, let James answer first, because I want to start her from scratch. James, what are rights?
What are rights?
Yeah.
Human concepts that we have a right.
Hell yeah. Double quarter pounder with cheese.
Because I mean,
Royale with cheese.
No pickle.
I think we have duties, not rights.
Royale.
I don't think we have rights. I think we have duties.
Amsterdam, huh?
Not rights.
So you don't believe that rights exist?
I don't think rights are what we're supposed to have. We're supposed to have duties, not rights. God gave us duties, not rights.
All right. So let's say
Thanks, Miss Cat. Appreciate you.
Okay, Miss Cat. Talk to you later. Let's go with some of the rights that are enumerated in the Constitution. They tell me that that God has instilled man with certain inalienable rights. Among them are the pursuit of happiness.
Laws.
You think that's a duty or right, James?
Well, that's not. I don't think God instilled that duty of you're supposed to have happiness. I don't even think that came from God at all. The idea you're supposed to have happiness.
He didn't say duty. No, that was the founding fathers or
He
He
something.
said
said
right.
duty.
Yeah, he said it was a right that we have happiness, but I don't know where they got that out. Like, what God are they talking about? Because they're not talking about the God of the Bible.
That's the God they were talking about. But I just want to make a
No, I don't
distinction.
think they believe in the God of the Bible. Because according to historians, they didn't believe in the God in the Bible.
No, they were deists, not Christians.
Deist, yeah, that's
Just remember
what I was
this.
looking for. Deist.
Especially we're talking about Jefferson now too, not the all the founders, right? Jefferson, he was a huge
was a
deist.
deist. He was not a believer in
Is the
God.
deist the one like the clockmaker? Like God made the universe and they said, "Hey, have at it." Is that the deist way of looking at it?
Well, it's just not constrained by Christian mythology, right? So it could be anything, including something up to and including the Christian God.
It could
but,
be God, but it ain't got to be. Yeah.
They believe it could be like multiple, like sources of God, technically.
Yeah.
And a bunch of them believed in the Christian God.
I also think he was like, I can't think of the word, but I think he believed incrementalist. I think he was an incrementalist. So I think that a lot of the beliefs that he had were well beyond the documents that he wrote, and he wrote the documents in such a way to be more impactful at the time they were written. So he took on some things that he didn't necessarily agree with, or that he thought might have been backwards and outdated, just because it was pointing and heading in the correct direction. But that's just based upon my personal study of the man and my opinion.
Jefferson had his own version of the Bible.
Yeah.
He made his own version of the Bible and made up his own.
James, before we get too far, I still want you to. I still want you to. I want to come up with a right, if the right exists, the right to travel. Do you believe you have the right to go to and from here and there?
I want to say it's a right. I don't know if you have that kind of a right. You have a freedom that the government gives you, but I don't know about a right.
Privilege.
A privilege, yeah.
A freedom that the government gives you. How quintessentially American. I'm writing that down. That was awesome.
Quintessentially.
Yeah, that was so. If the government gives it to you, it's not freedom.
I don't know what's a right though.
I was trying to name the rights under God that they talked about. They said,
again, they don't believe in the God.
Isn't that what people say? Natural law.
Liberty, life, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, thank you. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But it doesn't have to be the God of the Bible. You're deflecting, James. Who cares if it's the God of the Bible?
Sir, you're asking me what my point of view is.
Yes, but you're saying,
how am I deflecting?
I'm asking you about rights, and you're saying they didn't believe in the God of the Bible. I'm
they
not
believe
sure.
in God of the Bible, and I don't believe in that I don't think rights we have. I think we have duties, not rights.
Okay, but for the question that I am asking you, and there they said that God has given us certain rights.
Inalienable.
Inalienable rights.
So do you think that regardless of what God they were talking about, does that thing exist? You can call them nature. Under nature, do you have certain rights?
No, you have duties, not rights. Even under nature.
Okay.
Even under a nature worldview, you have duties, not rights.
What duties do you have?
To protect other people, to not actually go out and take out your fellow man.
That's a natural duty?
I think it's a natural duty, yeah. That's how I would say it. Because how else do you flourish if not to, take care of your brother the best you can and not actually attack them and stuff?
What if I want to...
I'd call that a social duty.
If I want to make...
Because naturally I could just kill you and take your shit and I'm flourishing like a motherfucker. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, but are you really? I mean, because... How long will that last before someone else gets you?
I don't want to derail Joe's, but he was going somewhere with that.
He wants to desperately, so maybe I should just let him.
Yeah, so repeat your question, sorry.
It's the third time he said, "What's your rights? What are the rights?"
No, James was just asking me something.
Yeah, James was. I was like, "Oh, just give it up." James
what was what did I ask? I never forgot now.
Look at no new guru with the comment. Rights, beliefs, free will, government is supposed to serve me. Flag. This is mine, not yours because I said so. Copium soup.
I think it was. I think what I was gonna say was like, what does it serve you if you did take out your brother? Because how much longer someone else does that to you? That's what I was getting at.
And then it would serve that person.
You don't serve that person.
What about war? I don't know what she was.
Yeah, I thought about that
What's
too.
the point of war? War
What
is
about war?
pointless
Snow.
and bloody.
I need more men to expand
What's it really good
The
for?
point of war is stupid.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
It would help
Say it
me and my
again.
people if I destroy Canada.
Good
so me
God,
and my people
John.
can spread out.
Would it
Oh, you
really
said,
help
I
you in
gotta
the
bring
long
James Brown
run
out.
if you destroyed another nation just where your people are
There you
spread
go.
out?
Good
That
God.
sounds like something. That sounds like something little mustache man would say.
Well, regardless of who
We don't say mustache man. We say the Austrian painter. Okay.
Austrian painter.
The Austrian painter?
Austrian
Yes.
painter.
The Austrian painter did nothing wrong.
This Liechtenslaw.
Oh my God. Okay, Kanye.
Woo! I
New
feel
song.
good.
They said the same name
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
with his trying to expand Germany.
Do that, I would now.
Did that really do Germany so good? No, it
Your
did not.
backdrop.
War is so pointless
Classic.
and so stupid.
It
Does
is.
no
It
one
took
no
for
good.
nothing.
Took war to stop him too, though, right?
Well, that war was in retaliation of his
Say it again.
war, though, which ended in more
War,
blood.
nonetheless.
Yeah, but it was stupid still that we even had to get to that point, though. If Germany didn't declare war, we never got to that point.
I don't disagree, but at that point, it's like, yeah, people are stupid.
I mean,
I don't disagree.
What do you know how we could have stopped the Austrian painter without war?
oh, we could have just took him out.
Yeah, we could
Before
just
the war
kick him
started.
out.
We
We
could
could
have
just
took him
play
out.
tricks on him.
We could have put a little hole
Free will.
between his eyes.
We could have pranked him.
We don't know if that would have worked.
Oh my
right?
God.
That's the opportunity to put a little hole between his eyes. I mean,
Well, I mean, probably they screwed up in World War One by putting too many economic sanctions on him and messed over their economy. Therefore,
on Germany.
blah blah
They did it
blah.
on
Yeah.
Germany. They didn't do it
pissed
on
him off,
a
man.
little mustache.
We could have avoided it without the what was it called? What we did to the Weimar Republic. I forget the treaty name.
Right.
Hyperinflation.
Yeah.
Treaty of Versailles, that's what it was. The Treaty of Versailles when they signed it in the
He's been talked over and interrupted, and he had a whole line of questioning going too that got just pulled the ripcord on it.
Sorry about that, OG.
Sorry, Joe.
It's okay.
He said he was pouting.
I know.
It's cold for. I'm looking for another pound of Joe.
Let Joe go talk.
Okay. Oh, he's gonna go to another girl. Come on, man.
What White Castle?
Good,
That's what he likes.
More room for Queen Stephen. leave, man. We can get who don't we like? Grumpelstiltskin or somebody like that. I don't know. All right. No, Joe, I didn't know. You should have said something. That's something. Say, hey.
He did.
NPC, take some control of this shit.
He did.
I didn't hear it. Really? He did?
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
What's wrong with me? God damn.
He did. Then I did. Then he muted.
15 minutes. Remember that? And
What was I doing? No, I don't. I think I've been.
I think you were singing War.
yeah, you
And
started.
James
singing
Brown.
War.
Dude, that was like
Yeah.
2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it started off way back when.
Okay.
About rights, and then he went to God. There was a whole conversation about God. Then I asked him again. There was a whole conversation.
I
about
see. Right.
And then I asked him again. And you guys went to playing music and shit. So I gave up.
Good God.
He didn't leave.
Well, I think we just found out what war is good for.
Nothing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely nothing.
Making joke on
Now
you.
we know.
Monster, what's up, man?
That's why I can't wait till Isaiah 58 takes place when they'll make their plowshares and
58.
make their weapons of war into plowshares. I think it's Isaiah 58. I think that's the proper.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see.
When the whole all of nature could do that.
Speaking of coping and Bible verses, I had these verses up. I was going to talk about them. I'll run by you real quick. Matthew 6:1. In terms of being self-righteous, be careful not to practice your righteousness in front of others to be seen by them. If you do, you will have no reward from your Father in heaven.
I love it.
Yeah. That reminds me of people when I would go like, I just did a 5-day fast. I want to let everyone know.
Yeah.
I
would brag about that.
You're not supposed to brag about how doing a fast. So.
Yeah. I guess if you're doing it for
God,
5 days is a long time.
Supposed to wash your face.
I would want all my friends to know.
Doing the fast, and then you do the fast.
Yeah.
You wash your face.
Okay. Now I'm gonna brag. I did a 5 days dry fast, no water. That was tough.
What?
Does that mean no liquids can't substitute something else?
Damn.
Yeah, no water drinking, but that's a soft dry fast. A hard dry fast is no shower, no brushing your teeth, because you can still take in the water.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You do that if you want like extreme healing.
Yeah, why did
extreme
you do that?
reset.
Why did
Extreme
you do
reset.
that?
Health concern, health stuff.
No water.
Wow. No water for 5 days. Yeah.
I didn't know I didn't know how many different types of fasts there were.
A lot of people do water dry fast a lot of times. Yeah, it sounds crazy when I first heard about it, but I'm like, oh, okay. There are people that they cured their diabetes, they cured skin ailments, and
they cured gut
liver stuff. Yeah,
things like that.
Yeah, by not
Fasting
eating
has
sugar.
A lot of great effects.
But I don't know about not drinking water.
Yeah, dry fasting, man. But oh yeah, so that's that quote. And then there's Galatians 6. This is in terms of being self-righteous. Chapter 6, verse 3. If anyone thinks they are something when they are not, they deceive themselves. That's pretty cool. That's pretty clean.
Kind of Dan been saying something close. He's been warning us to stop putting the I and me in there.
Yeah. I think I'm like a hot shit when I say I'm a nobody who knows I'm a nobody, while a lot of y'all are somebodies who are nobodies who think they're somebodies. Yeah,
I'm not even a nobody.
You're not even an I.
I barely exist.
Yeah, Dennison, you don't even. Yeah, you.
He's like, I agree with you, Dan.
You don't think all that's human. Man.
This is so yeah, I agree, Dennis. You're nobody.
Nobody. He's waiting to say that one. That was good. Hey, we got more viewers when he said that.
Dennison's a nobody.
Dennison's a nobody.
You were waiting all night for that one.
You're right, Dennison. You're right.
But the funny thing is, he isn't.
He finally agreed with me.
Dennison does think that everything's a human concept.
Poor
Dennison.
But hurt. I'm sorry.
All of these concepts we have are all human concepts, for sure.
Right. That's what the non-dualists will say. We only can point to things. We can't tell you exactly what they are. We can only point towards them. Yeah.
You think about it. What are the odds that we know anything about what we're talking about? Right.
1%.
That's just like 1%. Just go off of what
it's kind of like our freedom.
I think that's a little generous, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Yes. All right. So I have to explain it. We're all on board. With the tools that we've been given, there's no way that we could actually grasp these concepts in which we speak.
But in the world we made, it's real enough, and it's pretty spectacular. Even if it is Maya.
We made. Did you hear what you just said?
The world we made, now man made the entire world.
It's true.
I mean, like not the Earth. I'm not talking about the Earth. I said the world. I have to this is the world and it's double.
You mean the technology and stuff?
Yeah.
What we see, what we perceive.
What we perceive, it actually can be language is something that we constructed too as well.
How we communicate.
Communism.
We communicate through stories as a species.
Right.
We don't even really hardly ever share information at all. Unless it's like the way we feel or the context of God.
Dennis, that was a comment way back here. Did you see it from somebody who's a nobody? They said something about what do you think about information? Or do you remember that one? I didn't read it.
Yeah,
I had it up on. They asked you particularly.
Does Denizen think that material is information? I think, or something like that, or matter?
Yeah. Does that have? What do you think about that?
I mean, information is basic. Go ahead.
Mike's in the back.
Oh, Mike's in?
Yeah.
Okay. What's up, Mike? How's it going?
Salute everyone. Salute. How's everybody going? Joe Cool, the legend. Salute, sir.
What's up,
everyone?
Yeah,
everyone, salute.
Yeah. Denzel was going to bless us again.
I heard you talking about fasting, and the one thing about fasting is it shows such discipline. It shows a lot of discipline to actual fast.
It does.
Because the thing is, and the greatest story I can tell, I'll be real brief because I don't want to cut anybody off.
Yeah, because Denzel was about to just drop the truth bomb on us real quick.
The greatest thing I've ever seen was, remember Hakeem Olajuwon, one of the best centers to ever play basketball. He was in Ramadan and he dry fasted through the finals. He couldn't even drink water. The amount of exertion that a basketball player plays. We all play basketball. We ball, but they're thirsty. Imagine
30
playing
on Arizona.
But imagine playing basketball at that high level and not even taking water. That's discipline. It's respect.
It's pretty good.
That's heavy.
I don't play
It's heavy.
basketball. Just saying.
It reminds me of doing Bikram yoga without drinking water for 90 minutes. But he's an NBA player in the highest level. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Hey,
Thanks for sharing that.
This is
What's up,
neither
Denison?
here nor there, Denison. There's a good article out on quantum teleportation, came out about 3 days ago. Remember, we was arguing with the computer the other day with the AI.
Yeah,
it's a good argument, a good thing about how they've proven quantum teleportation.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was laughing at Fatty's comment.
I think we're getting close, Joe. I think we're getting closer and closer to the government starting to let out a little bit about time travel and letting about that there are different dimensions. So
why you say that? I agree with you, but I wonder why you say that.
Because we're opening up our consciousness about it. Like, in other words, we're starting to accept the fact that we're not alone. That we're, see, the problem with human beings is that we are so conceited to think that we're the only thing in the entire infinite universe.
That's just Christians.
Yeah.
Just Christians think that crazy shit.
That makes it ridiculous. Just imagine, we haven't even tapped the endless infinity of the universe.
Not even.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. But most people pay the rent.
Whenever I talk about time travel, I don't want time travel.
I think he was getting at with what they're releasing now. We're seeing more possibilities, meaning that there's giving us a slow drift of some things. I think is where he was going.
Yeah.
Oh, not literally time travel. I want to literally time travel. See,
well, you listen to some music that you used to listen to when you were younger. You can time travel that way.
Instantly, yeah.
I want to do it literally. I want to do it literally.
Oh, okay, I see.
Like I want to see history unfold.
I
I want to see the pyramids get built. I want to see Rome rise and fall. I want to see.
Why do you want to see this like a normal thing? I want to see the Roman guy clean the toilets at the symposium or something like that.
Yeah,
sure.
I want to see what the world of bathhouse.
I want to go in the future. I want to go see what my grandkids or my great grandkids will look like. That'd be cool.
When you pass, you'll see that.
I told him. Is that a chick statement?
That's a chick. Yes, that's a chick. A guy with
that is a chick statement. I want more.
What my grandbabies look like?
Yeah.
What's up, Mike?
I want to see 100 years.
Everybody says this. Not everybody, but most people say this, that they have a doppelganger. Everyone knows what a doppelganger is. In other words, people say that you have an exact twin somewhere in the world. You have an exact twin somewhere in the world, but you're not related to.
You're paying attention.
But this person looks just like you. But you have a twin somewhere.
Proof of that shit, but go ahead.
World War II happened.
Yeah.
I mean, believe
I've
what
heard that.
Like you said,
yeah, I've heard that
most
too.
people say it. Most people believe. Apparently, I'm not most people, man. No, I don't believe.
No, you're
that
not.
we're alone.
Cool.
I don't believe that there's an exact duplicate out of me because somebody say so. I really highly doubt that shit.
You want to see it 3 times over, Joe?
Now, how did it do it to me? Too. I don't doubt that.
What if there was actually 4 Joe Cools, like 4 Joe Cools running around somewhere? That's too many Joe Cools in the world.
Like
That's too many.
I got like 6 doppelgangers in check.
I mean, that's good for his girlfriend.
Make me look bad.
Remember that show? Remember that movie Multiplicity, where Michael Keaton was cloned? It was like 6 Michael Keatons. The Multiplicity, where they were cloned.
Clone after clone, he got worse. Yeah. He was copying the copies. I remember that.
It's too much, man.
But that's a great subject. NBC, that's a good subject because it's been proven that they can clone animals. So is it possible? Allegedly, possibly, can they clone humans?
They
Is
just
that
clone
possible?
like a clone like an extinct something sheep or whatever the fuck they were.
Oh no, it was a wolf, a dog.
The dire wolf.
Yeah. Shout out to Arctic Wolf. Yeah.
Is the dire wolf still alive though? There was one that only
Good question.
lasted a couple days.
I think it's alive, Joe.
How the fuck did they clone that shit?
That's Jurassic Park, huh, Joe?
Yeah, it was some Jurassic Park shit that lasted a couple of days. They get.
I believe, Joe.
I
believe it took a piece of its tooth, right? A piece of like a fossilized tooth, and then was able to clone the animal from a piece of a tooth. I could be wrong,
Well,
but I think that's
when you start reading into it, it's kind of genetically modified from the original, so it's actually a completely brand new thing. It's not.
It's not a
It's
clone.
not. It's not Jurassic Park.
Isn't that what we do as parents? We clone when we have kids. Yeah, children. Excuse me.
Kind of. Exactly like our parents.
Kind of, huh?
Me and Joe, me and Joe are from the same era. Me and Joe, but you remember Dolly the sheep? That was
you from the 1920s too?
I do.
Yeah.
From the early 20s too.
Dolly.
Never mind. See, we're from the same era.
They cloned the sheep, and it was like a big deal because they actually
I remember Dolly.
The
She
sheep.
died pretty much.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that. That sheep died though. Yeah.
Yeah, they say she started aging after all of a sudden she started aging really fast.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. When we talk about creation, we talk about everything about creation. So the whole thing, this is what I think. I think all of us born are a gift. We're a gift from the Most High. We're a gift from Him, our Most High. So when we try to cheat the system, it's like Frankenstein, right? Just like Frankenstein, where you're trying to create something that's not from the Most High. So people trying to do all these, not people, governments trying to clone things and bring back a wolf that passed. You have to leave it to God. You have to leave it to Him. That's who creates us.
What do you tell to the parents that want to have a baby and they use IVF? Do you say they need to leave it to God?
Listen, there are some people that can't have kids, and I believe that you shouldn't cheat the system. If it's not meant to be from the Most High, it's not meant to be.
Was
That's
that a
only,
yes? You don't believe
only
it?
what
I think right now I'm the Most High.
Yes or no?
Is that a dodge?
Is that a no?
I'm gonna disagree.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's go.
Yes
Thanks,
or
Joe.
No, Mike.
I couldn't hear you, Joe.
Was that a yes or a no? Your answer. What was your question, NPC?
Now, it's doing IVF. Is that considered breaching God or going past God?
You talking about the fertilization? You're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, in vitro. Yeah.
Test tube baby. Yeah.
Test tube baby. Yeah.
If you ask me, as a Roman Catholic, do I believe in that? No, I believe it should be insemination. It should be from a man and a woman. That's just what I believe. You can't cheat creation. You can't cheat creation. Now, have there been in vitro children that go on to live beautiful lives? Yes. But all I'm trying to say is, you should have somebody born naturally the way it's supposed to be, not cheating the system. I'm not putting anyone down for what they do. I'm just saying it should be natural.
Let me ask you.
Can I say what I believe?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Then Joe.
I believe that out of anybody on this panel right now, I am definitely the Most High.
Oh my God. Are you smoking on Girl Scout cookies?
I knew he was
catch
gonna.
up with this nigga.
Yeah, there you go.
I knew he was doing something over there.
That's why you're so quiet for a while. Yeah, shit.
Let me ask you, Mike.
Pass it.
If I have born with some simple injury, something, not even an injury, born with something, I'm 19 years old, they scanning me for one thing, they like, damn, Joe, we just see that your testicle is twisted right here. We untwisted, man, you can have kids. Is that natural under what you're saying? Is it okay for me to undergo that surgery and have children? Does that still fit?
Yes. If you have a physical deformity, I'll give you an example, and I'll be very frank and be very honest, Joe, because I'm an open book. I was with a woman for many, many years, and she had an upside. She had a problem with her ovaries. She had a problem with her ovaries, and we could not have kids together. We were together for over 6 years. If there was a surgery that we could have gotten that would have fixed her, I would have been all about it. I would have been all about it. So that kind of, yes, if you can somehow get some medical treatment to have a child naturally, yes, but it's just when you're using science and laboratories to make children, it's a gray area. It's just a gray area.
Your thing is the whole thing that seems like to me comes down to the sperm entering the egg. You want it to naturally, right? Not through a technician or whatever.
Natural.
Yeah.
But you're kind of skirting around God's will if you get surgery, though.
Bye, guys.
No,
nice
not at all. I
chatting with
mean,
all right. Happy Mother's Day.
Is that how you say it?
Thank you.
Ahimsa Oracle Alexander.
Yeah, maybe I should stick with Oracle.
Bye, Dennison.
Peace out,
Take
Oracle.
care.
He wants those cookies, man.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Mike. Fair enough, bro. Like, I mean, that's your beliefs, and I get it. I can being raised Catholic, I can totally see that. Definitely, yeah.
Sure.
So, Mike, if you're dying, you don't want blood transfusion, huh?
Oh, that's a great question, Joe. So I was never an organ donor. I became because
that's that Adventist belief. I'm pretty sure about the
time you fucking give me the long version without saying yes and then or no.
Yeah.
I was an organ donor. If you start out with an organ donor, I'm gonna start.
So no, I'll tie into your answer. So yes, I believe that we should donate ourselves to help others. We should do that. You know, our body is us to give to someone else to help them in a time of need, whether it's surgery, an eye, a heart, whatever.
It seems a bit contradictory to your in vitro shit.
It is.
Yeah, look what
Miss
Cat's
Cat has
saying.
a comment. It's good. Go ahead, Dennis. What to say? If it wasn't,
if it weren't meant to be, go ahead.
In virtual fertilization, wouldn't have been invented.
And remember, it's up to each individual to believe what they believe. It's
IV is created by God, clearly.
Yeah.
It's clearly God's will. Part of God's will and God's plan, clearly.
Could be.
Because it exists, right? So things can exist that are outside of God's plan?
I mean, everything.
How does that work?
Everything exists, but the thing is that it's up to you what you believe. What your
wait a minute, that would insinuate that
evil
is God's plan too, would it not? And I don't think evil is God's plan.
It's part of
course it is.
I think.
How is that, sir? How is evil part of God's plan?
What?
It exists, and God creates everything.
Yeah,
James,
he even says so in the Bible. I create evil. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead. You know, you are turned down a little bit, actually.
Yeah, you're low, Joe.
I probably got a shitty.
Come on, Joe. You need to turn up with us. Turn up.
When it says that in the Bible, I don't think it means God's
the link
will.
Let me
It's part
jump
of God's
and come back
will.
and see if that's all.
Evil.
I'll drop it again. It's pinned though.
Yeah.
I think that's nearly because God gave all creation to have the ability to be evil.
I think the Islamic, the folks, they have an interesting way of talking about this very dilemma about God, Allah, and Subhanahu and evil. They have a weird, interesting. It sounds like a lawyer, the way they describe it, the reason for evil and all that. So,
and you know,
all right, does that work? If not, I got
that's much better. Much better.
All right.
You got the K-hole.
I think one of the greatest things in life is when we all come together and talk about these things, because we all learn something from each other. We're having a conversation about different beliefs, different things, and I think that it's necessary, because a lot of people, men and women, don't talk about things, don't share their different views. And I think
what have you learned tonight?
I'm sorry.
What have you learned tonight?
I've learned that people have different views on different
Nigga,
things.
you knew that before you walked.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't learn that
open the door.
You're chugging along.
6 years.
You're really chugging along with that learning there.
This is something that I wanted to, because Mike's up here, perfect person to ask about this, talk to us about this, the whole panel. Like, we say this, and Mike, you say such beautiful things on this broadcast, but then I see you like fighting with Cain, McCarthy's Cain, or somebody else, like saying like awful things and allegedly showing guns on people, and and like what the heck is that about? Like
okay, and we can
pivot
pivot
only
into
accountable because you're a bro.
We can pivot into that. No, that's not my bro. We can pivot into that. So I'm a troll. I'm a troll. So I go into troll mode. Yeah, so I go into troll mode. But as of right now, I'm not troll. We're actually having a real, actual conversation.
How could we know now, though? Since you've admitted that you play a different character, how do we know the troll isn't real and this isn't the character? We couldn't know now.
You have to feel it. You have to believe, Joe. Believe it for yourself.
Use the force, Joe.
I haven't
search your feelings.
This is me. This is the boring dude. I go to CT's channel and I rip 4 people apart at the same time. But I'm here to be chill and just hang out. That's it.
I saw Jeff get on you the same way you said something. He's damn near said verbatim what NPC just said. He said, Mike, that's not what I see. You come on here and you behave well and stuff, but I know you're the other guy. I know you go and you cause chaos and it's the same shit dude just said.
Yeah, I'm an agent of chaos.
I don't think he causes chaos at all.
Okay. All right, buddy. All right, sure.
No, listen, wait, hold on.
Gotcha.
Dennis, to be fair, listen. Dennison said this before about in terms of trolling. You said a real troll will never admit it, right? It is what it is, right?
Of course.
Something like that.
Because there's different modes.
This dude isn't a troll. He just pisses people off sometimes. Then they say some shit that gets under his skin, and he goes like full nuclear.
Loses just reaction. He loses. Dennison, you want me to troll you right now? I'll troll you right now.
No. So that's what he calls trolling.
It's up to you.
That's when he loses the inability to control his shit because he's taking it personally, and he starts lashing out at strangers on the internet. That is not trolling. It'll never be trolling.
You're about to prove it right now, Mike. You're about to prove it. That your reaction, Dennison, hurt your feelings, and you almost went there.
You almost went there.
Fucking panel. Dennison made
you almost pulled out the Draco. Pulled out the Draco with the switch, the 45.
That's not a troll. A motherfucker who get his feeling hurts and can't control.
I'm not upset.
Don't get that confused.
I'm not upset at all. At all. I'm not upset at all. I just find it comical that people can actually pivot and have a conversation, on some panels, and then get into troll mode on others. You have to read the room. If it's a volatile conversation, yes, you can jump in, you can start having fun and going back and forth. But if we're all here, just having a good, calm conversation, you don't need to go there. You just don't need to go there. That's all.
Oh, you mean me for asking the question?
No,
in general. Well, I said I appreciate you being always polite here. That means a lot. I'm just curious because it is a community network. Even though
I can make him be very impolite.
To see what's up.
Dennison. No, you can't. No, you can't.
You saw what would happen after 8 seconds.
You're giving yourself
after 8 minutes. It'll get even worse.
Dennison,
and here's the thing: he wouldn't even last 8 minutes. So I don't even need to talk about 20 minutes right now.
Up and down the street, bro. Just stop.
This guy's bell is very easy to ring. As he demonstrated right now.
I sound like Corey Feldman.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Just stop talking.
I can't hear you.
We're having a good conversation. We're having a polite conversation between gentlemen.
But I can tell you're angry.
You think I'm angry? You actually think I'm upset?
Here it comes.
You can't troll me. I'm impossible to troll.
He's literally doing it right now, bro.
I'm impossible to troll. It's impossible. That's it. Dennison, how long have you been in love with me? How long have you loved me? Has it been like more than a year?
Damn.
Oh wow! How long, Dennison? How long? Will you change your name to Dennison Mike?
Every time Mike gets upset, he goes.
Is this still considered polite? I'm just wondering. Do I need to keep going?
See, I've battled him before in the past. NPC, I've battled him before in the past. That's why he's doing it. That's why he's.
Did Dennison consider a battle?
No, I destroyed him. Ripped him apart.
He's destroying me right now.
Yeah, I ripped him apart.
Oh, Jesus.
From the sands of the hourglass. These are the days of our lives, Dennison. The days
I submit to the audience and the panel, to the host, Have we crossed the line of politeness yet? I'm just.
So you watch NPC. What you do when you're a really good troll, you keep taking them around and around and around. That's all you keep doing.
He wanted to
prove it. Just me.
Yeah.
Jesus, I thought it'd be a little
I'm sure
more
that
difficult.
could be true, but
yeah, but you just said he could
this
not
is a
do
different
that.
breed, though, man.
He could not get you to do that. That you had read the room, you were gonna have an intellectual conversation, and fuck it didn't take him 5 minutes.
I know that was the thing. Yeah.
Joe, leave me alone, Joe. Joe, leave me alone, man. Mercy, man.
I got one
Mercy,
speed.
Joe.
Yeah,
Come
quit
on,
bullying
man.
Mike.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. Reset.
He doesn't deserve that.
I've never trolled Joe, and I never will, because I don't want to get into that smoke. I don't
do the back and forth control and shit.
When people say I never do this, is like people I've never cheat.
Yeah.
The first person to have like five girls on their phone, ready to go. Come on, man.
It was great.
We get it. We get it.
Yeah.
I guess it's just a matter of I'll just end it as this. Put the book in. Thank you, Mike, for answering my question and being polite every time you come here. Thank you.
I hope you weren't here when we went over this, and I hope you weren't here to get any clues. I think you were here. What are rights?
What are rights?
Yeah.
I guess would you consider them rites of passage or like the law? I mean, what would you?
You know, rights like you have certain rights in that sense. What are rights?
Sure. Humanistic rights. In other words, everyone should have equal rights. Your creed, your color, men or women, everyone should have equal rights of, normalcy. People should be treated the same. Maybe rights are a textbook of being treated like a human being, being treated the same as everyone else.
That wasn't horrible. It wasn't,
Yeah. No matter what you look like or where you're from, even if you didn't graduate junior high, even if you are a master's degree in a college, you should have the same treatment from your peers as everyone else. We should treat each other like human beings. We got to stop demeaning each other. The problem is that status quo, money, the monetary thing, and education, and who your family is. The problem is that we take too much time demeaning each other instead of loving each other. And that's not a weird, not loving as in a weird way, just giving each other the same level of respect.
It wasn't weird till you said that.
Yeah, the same level of respect. If someone who works at a supermarket should get the same respect as someone that is a college professor, they should get the same respect.
I think now, Dennison's, you put too much I in there. This is what happens when you put too much I in there. You separate. You run a danger of separating yourself from other people by your achievements or whatever it is, by the things you have. It don't have to be your achievements. The neighborhood you live in, the things in your house, and suddenly I become better than the other guy. I'm with you on that equality shit, but as long as people feel like there is an I, I think I'm siding with Dennison. As long as the people believe there's an I, it looks like.
I mean, I don't want to backpedal too hard, but when we get into the binary arguments, I have to take a side. I believe in the I just think it's man-made, right? So same thing with God.
I could give you that, because in the sense that I believe it too. I believe we are all connected. We all make up one being, blah, blah, blah. And so when I say I don't really believe it either. I believe it's just like down here. It's all attached to the flesh. And so
I don't think we're all one being, though. I think we're if I accept what you're promoting to the greatest extent that I, with the information I have, then we are purposefully kept separate, subjective.
So you believe that the status quos separate us instead of our hearts. You believe what you've achieved in life separates you to be better than someone else. So you believe in that, like in other words, like the whole thing with like social credit score. That's the new thing coming up. Like in other words, what you've achieved in life makes you better than someone else. I don't believe in that. I believe we're all equal.
Wait. I want to make sure that before you say that, is that his belief? I want him to. Is that your belief, Dan?
Well, better is subjective. But
social, do you believe in a social score that's and better than other people? Yeah, because of your social credit score or whatever.
Shit, I believe some people, if you have more status, if you have more money, more achievement in certain things, yeah, it does make you better in some in some instances. I ain't gonna lie. However, however, in the grand scheme of things, we are equal. Human beings should be valued equally and whatnot. But come on, let's get it twisted. We're all playing this simulation.
Okay, then that goes to what Dennison said. Better is subjective. He was starting his sentence.
Well, yes, sure. Which you're talking about an objective standard. So I would say for whatever your preferred system is, there's already an abstract social credit score that you can't avoid. Once you start creating boundaries, rules, laws, regulations, principles, morals, you're already assigning a social credit score to yourself and everyone else around you. It's whether or not the actual principles of a society are reflected in that score. That's one thing. And then also the ability of whatever is assigning the score. In this case, you, and your memory is shit. Your experiences are subjective as hell. And most of us never leave 100 miles from where we're born and don't know what the fuck we're talking about, but we pretend we're experts on the entire planet. So you have to take all that into consideration. Unfortunately, there is a social credit score, and who's in charge of making it, and what value is there? Because right now it's based upon your ability to use debt to your advantage.
I think the bigger part of the question is there. What value in it? The way he phrased it, does it make you better? So
Waitress is better than a CEO, in my opinion. She deserves more respect. I see a CEO should have a low social credit score inherently right off the bat.
Probably the opposite then, Mike, of what you was
why
thinking.
is that?
Is that because of your programming, like how you're raised? Because I think you mentioned your family was in the restaurant business or something.
Mine?
Well, maybe that's somebody else. Okay, not yours.
Yeah,
okay.
So basically, so social achievements are something to be applauded. In other words, if someone is a CEO and they worked from it, they worked up to that position. They worked to that position, but they should take a moral obligation to uplift everyone else around them because they're blessed to have what they have. So they should.
That's not really a thing, though, is it?
But
maybe a CEO of a small business, a bakery,
duty, right?
But when you talk about big companies, that CEO has board members and he must produce money. There's no room for morals if you're going to be successful on that level, right? CEO means evil, damn near.
But Joe, you're right. It's up to their morality. It's up to them to make the decision. Am I going to uplift or am I going to live in my mansion with my Ferrari? It's up to the individual person to make those decisions in their life. I just think the world would be so much better if people just really cared about each other more, man. And the way that I look at the world now is that we're getting colder and colder and colder against each other. And that's why I got back into the Catholic Church again. We do food drives, we feed the homeless, we do so much, food pantries. We need to get back into helping each other because the problem is that we become high on our hog and we forgot about when the time that we were low and we need help from somebody else. Someone else helped us get to where we're at, but we forgot about that. We forgot our struggle. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then this goes with this comment from Uncle Fatty to you, Mike. I think it's addressed to you. It said, Mike, tell me how you feel about non-Christians, about gays, about the trans community. What about dignity and respect, unconditional love for all others?
All right, well, keep that up there if you can for a second. Can you address them one at a time, starting with the early ones? Let me zoom in.
Thank you, Joe.
Stop being lazy. Trans community. Oh, no, non-Christians. That was a
non-Christian. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Me? You want me to go?
Yeah, it's for you, Mike. The question's for you.
Sure, no problem. So a true believer doesn't judge anybody. If someone is gay, if someone wants to be trans, if someone wants to it's not my position, it's not my right to judge anybody else.
All right, so that would cover Christians and gays and trans. You don't have an issue with none of that, yeah?
I don't. Unconditional love. It's not my point It's not my purpose to judge. Yes. So whatever they want to do is up to them. Whatever they want to do is up to them. That's their own.
Do you think
morality.
lesser of them, or they're less than you?
No,
or,
no,
okay.
because they're all from God. We're all the same. We're all exactly the same.
About transhumanity. What was that about dignity and respect? I don't know what that is.
We're all the same.
Unconditional love. I can tell
God,
you.
God loves someone. God loves someone that's gay. God loves a trans person. God loves me. God loves you. It's not my place to judge them.
Well. Okay, we're just asking your opinion on it
sure.
now. Unconditional love. You a fan of that? You believe in that, and something you strive for?
Yes. Yeah, I do. I believe.
So you're probably a super forgiving motherfucker then.
I am. I believe. Well, this is what I believe. I believe that people that unalive somebody, people that unalive some. Now we go with the 10 Commandments, right? The 10 Commandments say the wages of sin or death. All this other stuff, and and if you take a life,
wait a minute. 10 Commandments don't say that.
but hold on, James, hold on. Let me finish. But at the same token, James, hold on. But at the same token, if you forgive and you repent, you're forgiven. So it's a different way of understanding forgiveness versus 10 Commandments. I believe this is what I believe. If you truly get on your knees, so you can't fake God, you can't fake him, you can't fake the funk with God. But if you truly get on your knees and you repent, I believe God does give you forgiveness.
My question was: do you consider yourself, or do others consider you a forgiving person?
Yes, Joe. I'm stubborn, but I'm forgiving. Stubborn but forgiving.
All right.
But the 10 Commandments don't say anything about death. That's the ordinances that talk about the death penalty.
James, thou shalt not kill is one of the 10 Commandments, dude. Come on, bro. Wake up, dude. Wake up. Come on, James.
Thou shalt not murder is what the 10 Commandments says.
No, it says thou shalt not kill. It doesn't say murder, James. It says thou shalt not kill.
Have you ever studied?
Thou shalt not kill, James.
Is there any way that you can disagree without screaming?
Thou shalt not kill.
Oh, when it comes to the Bible, I'm very passionate.
In other words, God doesn't want you to take a life.
I understand.
But
I'm just
sometimes you take a life. Sometimes you take a life in defense or out of rage or anger.
Thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill, because you. That's why thou shalt not murder.
It doesn't say thou shalt not murder. It says thou shalt not kill.
No, it says thou shalt not murder. So
it's kill.
You can't
James.
take an animal's life.
James, this is the problem. James, this is the problem with you. You're so fixated on the Bible. It's clouding your mind, James. It's clouding your mind.
Open your mind, James.
You're confused. You're confused about the 10 Commandments, James. You're confused about the 10
Anybody remember what I was about to say before Mike came?
I don't.
Oh yeah, shit. That's what was that?
Yeah.
We're talking about fasting before that, but then you said something else. Information. The comment about information, remember? And then he said it again in the chat. Arctic Wolf said it again.
Something about information
and mindset.
Who was that said something? Wait, let me go to what you were something I forgot about. And what you showed, that lady who you were interested, who you was talking about interviewing, and she was saying something like she's one of the dots that's part of the waves. It looks like a wave in the sky, and she's one of the dots.
She said that in the comments?
No. That chick you interviewed off the acid of the mushrooms.
Oh, yes. The mom. Yeah, Orzo's mom. Yeah.
It was like she was one of the dots. It formed a wave. I think she said like a aurora borealis, and I was one of the dots in the wave. I think that when you zoom out, Dan, we may appear separate, but when you zoom out, it's that as above, so below bullshit. You will see that we're just dots that form one continuous wave, but we are all connected in an unseen way.
Opposite.
Yeah.
If you zoom out, then we're all one big organism, including with the Earth. And even the solar system, really, because the gravitational effects and the electromagnetic effects and of the universe itself on our existence, like when you realize
on what level do you I'm already assuming that you by what you just said, that we persist in some way or exist in some way after the conventional death. So I'm asking, what level or what complexity, what fashion do you see? And I know you couldn't know. But.
Yeah, I mean, I don't claim to know, but the evidence and what I've learned through observation and study would suggest it's not conscious.
Wow.
Do you gentlemen believe in reincarnation? Do you believe that we live on again?
No.
I do.
No.
I believe the lesson is repeated until learned. Every eye shall behold. That's because you just keep coming back to this motherfucker until you graduate, and then you go to another place that's probably less helpful and full of evil fucks as this place is. Hopefully.
I believe in the day of resurrection.
So James,
resurrected.
Okay, so Joe Cool says yes, he believes in it, and then what are you saying, James? Yes or no first?
No, I don't know.
You said no. Okay.
No, I believe in the day of resurrection when we raise from the dead and we get judged by God.
Sure. I believe I believe in reincarnation.
Can we finish first before you ask us? Can I answer respectfully? I believe no. No, but what do I know? Who knows?
Yeah.
It sounds cool. Yeah. Yeah.
I sure hope I get at the end of it, and it's like, would you like to continue? You know, and you can select yes or no. Yeah, I hope that's what happens. I mean, I just see no evidence for it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
I don't know. I see evidence for it.
No problem.
Mike.
It's that old verbiage of someone's an old soul, like Joe, like that's an old soul. Like in other words, that alludes to
myself,
that. Yeah. That alludes that you've been here before. In other words, you're a carbon copy. You're an imprint. All of us, when we're born, we're an imprint on the universe. And I believe.
Wait, before you go. Dennison said that there's no evidence of. I would say there is your evidence. Then the old soul shit. I don't believe that I am just such a quick learner and all of that shit. I figured out that you shouldn't harm any motherfucker, that you should do unto others that and actually try to practice it amongst simple motherfuckers. I don't think that I learned all of these things in one fucking lifetime. I think no one is that fast, that advanced, especially down here in this hellhole. I think you would have, that's evidence there, at least some, a small percentage, 8% or something.
Well, I stand on the shoulders of giants.
Okay.
You unpack that?
Yeah.
Please.
My first cat's name was Aristotle.
Yes.
Okay.
I get you.
I think that if you contemplate the nature of the universe and the meaning of life and what the purpose of life is, who we are, where we come from when you're 7 years old, and
you get there.
You get there. Yeah, and where am I getting, right? Like, that's a huge. Aristotle's one of the most brilliant people in history. That's a huge leg up.
Yeah, he gives us those theories about the different types of friends we were talking about last week.
My second cat's name was Einstein. Another giant.
I'm assuming that most cats who
wait.
Yeah, I got more sirens and shit too.
Please don't tell me your new cat's name is Elon.
My third cat's name was Stimson J. Cat. So we kind of went like a totally different direction there.
I see. Joe Cool, you ready?
Oh, I'm distracted. My dick. I was distracted. I hear the sirens and I just be like wanting to turn the scanner on. I get all weird.
It's not like you said your dick.
I was about to say my
I was
dick
like, what about
when I hear that shit? I was about to say.
He caught himself for a second. Oh shit! It's your pleasure.
Drive me back the way we was at with you then, because
don't talk Einstein.
Martin Luther King, Carl Jung, Malcolm X.
You got a lot of cats. They're all those are the names of your cats.
No, I only ever had 3 cats. I'm saying this is this is where I get. I'm heavily influenced by these thinkers.
Right.
Cats.
So, I mean, if you want to be like a stretch, like, people say like, you die at death every day, only to be reborn the next day. Like, if that's the case, like, if you keep learning as you keep waking up the next day.
Yeah,
that would be. I mean, I can see reincarnation like that, but to be alive before, I don't know, bro. There's no way I could prove that. It's hard. It's
it
hard to.
seems logical. Okay, first, what if we believe that energy exists, can't be created nor destroyed? So in some way, and I'm sure you believe that when we go into the earthworms and shit like that, and we go back into the world. So you do believe we exist in some fashion afterwards.
Yes, the body is very important. However, there's something that that leaves us when we a soul or whatnot.
Very good. You believe in the soul. That soul. That soul. You think that soul was created so that you get I don't know 80 years down here on Earth, and then you go back and so that was what your whole purpose of your soul, your creation.
No, my thing is like I don't even want to go somewhere else, bro. That's my soul's gonna go pimp off somewhere else, not come back as a goat or a politician.
Has anyone on panel had a near-death experience? Had a near-death experience?
I had a good one. Who else said yes? Dan?
Yeah,
Anderson and Joe Cool. I think you're the only ones. James and I have it. Oh, you have to, Mike. Okay, go ahead, break it down. Give us a know.
I had a heart attack.
Oh shit! Yeah. How old were you?
This was a little over 3.5 years ago. So I would have been.
Oh my gosh, that's
46.
Not that long ago.
46. Yeah.
I'm glad you made it, man.
Yeah, it was rough, man. I mean, it was full on. I mean, hospital and hitting you with the paddles and everything. And people come online and they tell tall tales, but this is a true event, and it changed my life. After that, it changed my life. I lost weight. I got myself back in shape again. I was about 30-something pounds heavier. I got myself back in shape, back more, health worthy. But the thing is that I felt myself fading. I didn't pass. I wasn't those people that say, "Oh, I was unalive for 20 minutes." No, that didn't happen to me. But I felt myself fading. I felt myself fading away, and I begged God to let me stay. And boom, I was right back into it. And it messed. I was out of work for a couple months. I mean, it was bad. It was really bad. But when you have a near-death experience, it humbles you. You get humbled. You get humbled.
I wasn't even gonna talk about mine, but fuck, your shit was so similar that I think I'm supposed to speak on it.
Pretty righteous, man.
And mine, the three energies, one female, two male, came and they were talking to me and all that stuff. And I cursed. I got arrogant, and I went to what people would call the traditional hell, where fire burns you and all of that shit. And there, I started to fade. That's exactly how it would. And I thought my existence was gone. And at the very last minute, this was before I was a fan of Jesus or the Bible or anything, I said, "Jesus, help me." And I was right back to the other spot. But I was fading. I think that was interesting.
So both of you had two commonalities: the fading, ceasing to exist, and also the asking for God or
at
Jesus.
At that moment, we both asked too. I think that's
What's up with you, Dennis?
Yeah, I begged to stay. Me? I begged to stay, Joe. That's what I did. Sorry,
I did too. They asked me, and I begged.
You want to share?
I begged to stay there, and they laughed and told me, I had to come back over here. I still had stuff to do.
I'll say, Dennis, you want to share?
It wasn't anything like what Joe described. I can say that for sure. I didn't beg Jesus for anything either.
Did you feel different
like that, bro?
Did I feel different?
Yeah.
How do you
like
mean?
In terms of like normally feel? Because
experience first.
When I think of a near-death experience, I think about out your body or something like that, or some type of. I'm just curious of what happened though.
I did experience an out-of-body experience, being above my body and rushing towards the stars.
I'm much more interested in what you did at this point than what you did not.
What I did?
Experience.
Oh, I say it. I did. I did
thought you
have
said
that
you had
experience.
a near-death experience. Can you
Yeah, I
explain
did.
what it was? All right,
I thought that's what I was doing.
Yeah, he
No,
was
you
on
were
his way, I
telling me
think.
what it wasn't. You were saying
No. I
didn't,
said
and
I did have an out of body experience.
I thought
I
you said
did
I did
feel.
not. Okay.
I did not experience anything like you two described.
No, tell me what you did again, because I missed. I thought everything was did not. What you did have.
I said I did have
He
an
called
out of
out for
body.
Jack Talcott. Sorry, I had to say it.
I did have an out of body experience.
Okay.
Where I raised above my body and accelerated towards the stars. I did not ask Jesus for anything. That's what I said.
Joe, I appreciate you sharing that, bro. I appreciate it. Me and you are very much alike. I respect you, man. I'm sorry, but Dennison, that's disgusting for you to make that up. That's disgusting, bro. That's just disgusting to make that up, because me and Joe actually went through that. We almost passed away, and we had an epiphany. Me and Joe had an epiphany. And that's what makes us different, because we're honest and open. You're making up a fake story. You can't even explain.
Why do you say? Wait, stop. Why do you say it's fake?
NPC, that's a lie. He can't explain. Joe pressed him. He can't explain anything. He can't
in the
explain
mafia,
anything.
well, you're a New Yorker. You know this probably. Like in the mafia, even if you can't
come on, man.
call someone a liar. Come
NPC,
on, man.
me and Joe are talking about something that actually really happened. A profound thing in our lives.
Did you press me,
in our
Joe?
lives.
Wait, hold on. Round 2, fight.
Did I? No, it's not. It's not even round 2. That's what. That's the thing. Is like this dude is so easy to be trolled. I trolled him.
You're not trolling.
It was like 3.5 years ago that I pulled this guy's string, and I can make him dance like this. You know, just
3.5 years ago.
I can think. I can sit here silently and think about it.
I've been on YouTube for
Wait. No, because he's too easily triggered. If it's gonna go.
But you called him a liar, though.
Talking about this. If you start talking about the troll thing, Mike's gonna go off the fucking rails. I can already tell he's got no fucking self-control. All right.
Hold him back.
Then, did you have that experience? Is Mike right? You was just making it up?
No, Mike. I mean, come on. It's world renowned how bad he is at discerning reality.
Joe, me and you shared a moment where we actually talked about something that happened to us in our real life.
You're trying to get
Joe on your side.
I did.
I'm not sure why you would exclude him so quickly. I assume he did.
He didn't call out for Jesus. Or God.
I'm positive
that probably had something to do with it, wasn't it?
I think so.
It wasn't like ours. You just, Mike, I've heard more like Dennison, where motherfuckers just float and fly off.
I think that his motivation was just try to make me feel like how he feels.
Dennison, do you remember? You remember a couple weeks ago me ripping you apart on someone else's panel? Do you remember that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Ripping you apart. I made a fool out of you. You remember?
I don't even remember being on a panel with you at all.
Me ripping you to shreds on someone's panel. Do you remember that?
Is this polite, Mike? I can't tell.
Do you remember me doing that? Do you remember? Are you that drunk or high that you can't remember?
Oh shit.
The answer is no. I don't remember that.
You don't remember. What do you remember? What do you remember your childhood?
Okay, this is not being polite.
Yeah, this is getting weird.
Yeah. The bottom line is this. This is the bottom line.
Okay,
Joe,
here comes the bottom line, everyone. Listen up.
Joe, if that's a true story, I respect you for telling it. And I believe you, Joe. I believe you.
Yeah, I
respect you for saying it. I respect you. Because what I said is real. What Joe said is real.
Don't even have to try.
Dennison, what you said, because you hide behind a fake avatar, because you're probably a teenager with pimples on your face.
Come on, man.
No, I have excellent complexion too, by the way.
When people come up and they share something real in their life, you should appreciate that and you should respect that. You should respect that.
He didn't say nothing about you. You're the one that I see what you're saying. You're thinking he's trolling you with his story. Is that what it is, Mike?
I think so.
He made it up. He made it up. You had two men up here.
He's trying to troll me by something. He's trying to make me feel like how he feels.
So NPC, you asked someone to be honest, and they were.
Yeah,
and then you have Dennison come up making up a fake story, being a clown, being a clown.
But here's the thing: even if it was fake, I'm not saying it is. I'm gonna take it as good faith and be like, let him do it, bro, because it's not my place to say what's.
Yeah.
Well, I don't choose to, bro, because it's like I want to hear a good story, bro. That's what, because you could be lying. Joe Cool could be lying too.
He's not lying. Joe's not lying. Joe doesn't lie. Joe tells the truth all the time. Joe doesn't lie.
Well, I try my fucking best. Yeah, I'd feel inadequate if you niggas got me lying like them, and I'm scared of y'all.
Joe's on the scanner. Joe's on the scanner right now, looking for a car wreck or something. Joe's up looking.
I'm on my last cigar. I gotta go out soon.
Yeah. Hey Joe, are you gonna go to Denver anytime soon to go visit your girl or whatever she lives?
My brother's sick. I'm in Chicago, man. It's gonna be I'm gonna be here for a while.
That music is tripping me out.
Joe, Chicago is falling apart, man. Your mayor problems and all kinds of stuff, man. Good
my neighbor's
Lord.
having a party.
It's no different than it's been since I was fucking born. Since I was a kid and able to tell what my neighborhood was like, it has not changed. It's always been horrible. There's never been money in the community. The schools, the cops have been even worse than they are now. They used to be. So when motherfuckers be like, Chicago's crazy now. No, the internet and social media and God knows programming and all of the bullshit. That's more prevalent now, but whether the neighborhood's a lot better than it was when I was a kid. We were horrors. We were terrors. We were horrible compared to these niggas.
I heard though that Joe, you referred to the living at my words. You said something like it's a hell realm out here, kind of. It's hell. But do you ever find the paradise though, the heaven on earth? Sometimes it's not all hell, is it?
I think physically, if that's the thing, and it's not. Fuck, I probably started off wrong, but I'm gonna use it anyway.
Okay, you don't have to be perfect.
The location here is hell. Yeah, and I think my goal is to get out of here. There are no shortcuts. Blah blah blah. I gotta vibrate, learn the lessons I gotta learn, be a good kid.
I think the lesson you need to learn is that the hell is what you make it. You need to keep coming back here until you realize this is it. This is the only way to experience, and you have to make the best of this place.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think you're right. I think that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
Yo, that music is driving me crazy, bro. It's like Hannibal Lecter, man.
I'm trying to find
Chopin, man. You don't love Chopin?
No, it's just creepy. It's creepy with the optics and stuff. It's just creepy.
I'm trying to trip you out, bro.
Chopin is kind of a slow burn.
Hello, Clarice.
It is a slow burn. It is.
Yeah.
I'm more
wait for it. Wait for it. Listen. Be patient. Ready? One more.
You'd have to turn it up too.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I got to jump down. Thank you for having me up, man. And Joe Cool, the legend. Always great to see you, brother. Guys, take care. Have a great night, man.
All right, Mike.
Take care.
You see the exit was just right on cue as the music.
That's it. Take care, gentlemen. Joe Cool.
Until next time.
Joe Cool. Keep doing your thing, bro. Keep doing your thing. Mike, I'll see you next time.
Mike, be good.
Look at that face. Jesus Christ.
Stop trolling my dreams.
You gotta smile with the eyes. Normal people smile with their eyes, Mike. You gotta practice that so that you don't look like an absolute fucking serial killer.
Dennison, I'm going to destroy you. Next time I see you, I'm going to destroy you on panel. I'm going to rip you. I'll see you guys later.
Days of Anger.
Crooked Fingers.
Oh yeah, Chopin has stepped it up. Woo. Oh, he's killing.
Now that music is going out of control.
Here we go.
This is why I don't show my face, because otherwise I'd be in jail for murder.
Name of this song is called Days of Anger. You remember that Clint Eastwood movie? Spaghetti Western?
It's
Day of Anger?
Oh, it was one called Days of Anger?
Yeah, Days of Anger, yeah.
No, I didn't know that. And I thought
this from Django, too. But originally it's from a fucking Spaghetti Western.
It must be one of his very first ones, because shit, I thought I'd seen them all.
Now that's the quintessential American hero right there. You know, the man with no name. I love Arnold and all that shit, but come on, bro. Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I think most
Dennison, the hero.
Republicans and MAGA motherfuckers would say that John Wayne is the hero.
Yeah. Well, that's what he was a precursor to Clint Eastwood, though.
Mm-hmm.
It would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pew 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 pew.
Because I love John Wayne. Don't get me wrong. John Wayne's one of my
Yeah.
favorite.
You kind of sound like him, kind of. Pilgrim, say that. You know that. Hey, Denson, when you say pew pew, that's how they say in China and Taiwan. That's how they say bang bang bang. They go pew pew.
Yeah, pew pew.
They say pew pew.
It's like if you got a blaster rifle, though. Pew 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 pew.
A laser, yeah, that's right. Shout out to fucking Star Wars.
Hey,
Yeah.
John Wayne's not an
Dude,
asshole.
I have to admit. Oh, you sound
Is
like
that
him.
you,
No.
John Wayne? Is this
John
me?
Wayne is so good.
Come on, you know Full Metal Jacket when they had a John Wayne off? Remember that?
I remember the movie. I don't remember the John.
They're trying to do an impression of John. Who had the better John Wayne impersonation? Oh shit!
Who said that? Who's the Twinkle Toes cocksucking motherfucker who said that?
Twinkle Toes. Are you from Texas? I don't think they have in Texas steers and queers.
So I guess that kind of narrows it down.
Oh man, yeah, we went all over the place. That was a fun broadcast. I'm gonna shut it down. It is Mother's Day, and I do have a Miss NPC. The game.
Oh damn it!
Yeah, I still.
This shit was fun, man.
Get cigars and shit. Might chase some police. I'm sure I'll chase some police.
We got Joe Cool, man.
Thanks
for starting it off, brother.
All right on, man. Love,
and much love, man. And yeah, watch out for that copium. Won't get that pure shit. All right, James. Appreciate you, brother.
No, sir. No, sir.
Don't please come back, man, because we always love to bless the youth, even though you are a young man that has his ear to the streets. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't. I'm glad everything was okay with Mike and shit, because man, that could have been sideways. But that was funny. Dennison, you didn't give a fuck.
That wasn't sideways.
It caught me. Bear with me, bro. Like, it took me a minute when you kept saying, like, "Is this polite?" I didn't take my cue. Cause I kept saying, like, "Thanks for being polite." Before, yeah, he definitely.
Well, yeah, and he himself claimed he would keep it polite.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's mine.
And that I wouldn't be able to change that. I was incapable of changing that or influencing it. Was his claim.
That's Mike.
Yeah. I thought it was a great stream until he showed up.
It was. Hey, kind of like last week, right? At the very, very end, with the whole, what is a friend? You can't make any friends online. Yeah, so
yes.
It's a little theme,
Shout
huh?
out to Clue.
Shout out to Clue. DJ Clue. Yeah. But once again, we got to say, no, we're trying to get, well, at least I'm trying to watch my binary thinking and then go from there. Thanks for reminding us, Dennison.
Yeah, some things are binary, but most things aren't, right?
Yeah. Oh, you heard you. Clue is binary. His pronouns are him, her. It's him, his. What's up, Clue? All right. So yeah, I'm gonna bounce. I'm probably gonna play one more Western for y'all. And then gonna pimp off into the sunset. All right, we'll see you next week, bro. We got the Jack Telcott conversation, New Jack City. That's what I called it on Monday night. Jack's gonna come by, and we're gonna talk about what's really going on. Yeah. So y'all are more than welcome. Probably have an open panel.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's that mean? New Jack City? Is he gonna be building a city?
Well, I'm a '90s baby, and it was like a whole culture of hip hop called New Jack Swing.
Oh.
New Jack. It's kind of like saying like a G, a gangster. It's like the '90s way of saying it. Yeah.
It's a wordplay.
There was a movie called New Jack City.
It was decent,
and it was a good movie. Yeah, it was, and it has some really good songs. Yeah. And I know Jack likes to hear his name, so I want to give it to him.
I don't know. Jack.
Yeah.
Trying to think of who was in that.
Wesley Snipes with Nino Brown.
Right.
And then which the story was actually written. It's about a housing project in Oakland, where I'm from. But it took place in New York in the story, actually, in the movie. But yeah, Wesley Snipes. Who else that we know? Ice-T. You know Ice-T from you guys probably know him from what's it called? Law and Order. That's it. Yeah, Special Victims. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Colors.
And who else?
Colors.
Yeah, I wear my colors proud. Colors. Yeah. Who else was in there? Christopher Williams. Judd Nelson was in there. He was in there.
There you go.
Breakfast Club. Yeah, this is pretty good. Marlon Van Peebles. Yep.
There
he
you
was
go.
In it, and then he directed it. Yeah. So yeah.
The Peeps.
Christopher Williams, there you go. He was in it too. He sang the song "Don't Wake Me, I'm Dreaming." Yeah, but
There's
he was
a
in
lot
there
of talent in that movie.
Yeah. Oh, what's the guy you've seen the movie Above the Rim? I know you remember that one, Dennison. The basketball movie. Above the Rim.
I do remember the title.
Yeah. Well, the main guy in it, I forgot his name, but Dwayne something. He's in it too. He plays G Money. So yeah. Chris Rock. Oh my God. He played Pookie the quintessential crackhead. Yeah. Yeah. So that's New Jack City. And we'll begin Dwayne Martin there. Good knowledge, my friend.
Wasn't Sam Jackson in that too?
Not that I remember. I don't think he was. You know, he was in Coming to America, right? He played like the armed robber of the McDonald's. He was not in that one. He was in Jungle Fever. He was in
Jungle Fever. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, with that said, there's a new Spike Lee movie coming out with Denzel Washington. Looks kind of interesting. That should be good. Yeah. So yeah, I know movies. Who? Denzel?
He's a pretty good actor.
Oh yeah, he's pretty good. Probably only to me, in my opinion, probably the best in modern times.
I think I confused the AI. I put, was Sam Jackson in New Jack City, and it says Sam Jackson did not play a major role in New Jack City. However, he did appear in the film in a small role as Pookie, a crack addict.
No, that's Chris Rock. AI's being
That's what
confused.
I thought too. Maybe Chris Rock was in Jungle Fever?
I don't think so. I mean, that's not a movie I really watched because, yeah, I'm a product of Jungle Fever. It hits too close to home. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, see, I was Gator in Jungle Fever, and Chris
Gator,
Rock Pookie is a quote from
the
Samuel
movie.
L. Jackson.
I see. Yeah, they're both quintessential crackheads in the movie. Yeah. And Wesley Snipes was in both movies too. Wow. And he was in White Man Can't. Oh God, I'm about to blow a gasket. I need to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go that way. You can get out of here. So.
All right. I'll see you next time, James. Good one, man.
Peace out, homie.
Peace out. All right. We'll play this. You got to do that. Hateful Eight, Quentin Tarantino, fucking Django stream for sure, and might as well put the spaghetti westerns in there too. Definitely, Clue. Appreciate the donation. Very generous. Appreciate you. Yeah, Dennison. That sounds like fun, right? You're a big fan of Quentin?
I am indeed.
Yeah. I think we're gonna look back at Quentin and realize what a treasure he is. Even some of his detractors, they get hung up on certain things, but what he was trying to voice is pretty epic, bro. So yeah, just like what we're doing here, and I really appreciate Dennison. I highly respect you. The glazing meter's going up a little bit right now, but yeah, man, it's always a pleasure. You're always welcome, my brother. Yeah.
Thank you. That's that means something coming from you. I appreciate that.
Thank you for saying that, man. I appreciate you, man. And yeah, I'm gonna pimp out, man. Let me get my cope on. Let's gotta go. Yeah. So we'll see you next time here on NPC the Game. Yes, Peace. Sir. Peace. You got the last word. Oh, they bring him up.